mo fentara. Shi. Honorable Kels Stephens Kumalo Ngagababa Matabata Honorable Konza. Honorable Silimani Mdluli Unyaga Mkonza. Okay. Honorable Sefolo Silangwe Mufukeng Masuku Khobore Lebele Chisale No. Can we check the speaker and deputy speaker and the sergeant at arms? They're inside there. Speaker and speaker. Okay, thank you. Mvambo, Nhlapo, Kodisang, Ntsebe, Silimani, Matsitela, Mojapilo, Mtimkulu, Kose, I'm starting again. Maputuma, Stephen, Gitana, Muchwana, Sikete, Shangisa, Makutulela, Muloto, Sefulushe. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What is it? Look here. Yeah, here. Oh, here you are. Awa, I did say Ijaku. The food is not, you can't enter the chamber with food, ne? Please, you sit there and eat and finish. Kels, Stephens, Kumalo, Mkagababa, Matabata, Suleiman, Sefolo, Silenge, Suku, Khobore, Lebele, Mvambo. Nhlapo, Kodisang, Ntsebe, Simelani, Mnisi, Moloto, Makutulela, Shangisa. You are not here. Okay, let me. Emma, stand up and go there. They will write your name there. Go. Sorry, not you. You're not. I called the names. You're not there. Okay, let me finish first. Let me start again. But if you are on the speaking list, come forward because already we have put your names here. If you saw, sit next to your name. If you're on the speaking list, commission 1 that side, 2, 3, 4. If you're on the speaking list, I can't call you, obviously, because your name tag is on the table. If you're on the speaking list, you come forward. Okay. Kitana, Mushwana, Stephen Maputuma, Sikete, Shangisa, Makutulela, Moloto, Sefolushe, Daunyan, November, Kels, Stephens, Khumalo, Cagababa, Matabata, Suleiman, Sofolo.
You attended last week. Okay, yeah, shoot. Is it Balan?
Ke mang fa? Le Thai. Le Thai a iteng. O tla ngwala. Emma, a ba ne di Maputuma, Stefan, Mushwana, Kitana, Mtimkul, Masuku, Honorable Masuku, Kobuge, Libele, Mvambo, Nklapo, Nklapo on the speaking list. Nom shot. Yeah, you. Yeah, but I think. Sorry, ma'am. No food allowed in the chamber. You say your name? You say your name? Sure. That thing must go away, the thing. Okay. I'm reading for the last time. I think we improvise. All right. Jason van Voeren, Van Beek, Munyani, Muroledi, Muleke, Muleke. Yeah? Okay. All right. Where are you going now? You must sit here, ma'am. Sorry. Commission what? Two. You sit here. Eh? Kima Muleke. Okay. Wana kima? Okay. So. Mofoke. Commission. tsamaye lo ja lefetšeng ke tlo le bitša mona. Moloi, Kurubusani, Wolfgang M. Ramaisa, Chikitela, Kumalo, Mtweni. Mtweni. Maumakwe.
Madam Speaker, all rise.
Honor.
Sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive.
You may now be seated. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Honorable Thulani Kunene and ask him to declare the Cullinan Library Hall the precinct of the Gauteng Legislature in terms of the rules.
Sanbonani. Okay. Dumelang. Legai. I, Thulani Kunene, as the Deputy Chairperson of Committees, hereby declares Cullinan Municipal Building Complex in the city of Tshwane as the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 59 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Legislature. read together with Section 2, subsection 1, and Section 28 of the Powers, Privileges, and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act number 4 of 2004. The precincts of Parliament or provincial legislatures are described as follows. The precincts of Parliament is the area of land and every building or part of a building under Parliament's control, including the chambers in which the proceedings of the houses are conducted, and the galleries and the lobbies of the chambers, every part of the buildings in which the chambers are situated, and every forecourt, yard, garden, enclosure, or open space, committee rooms, and other meeting places provided or used primarily for Parliament's purpose, and every other building or part of building provided or used in connection with the proceedings of Parliament while so used. For the duration of this meeting, this place will be the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Thus, the standing rules of the legislature will apply and govern all the engagements of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Thulani Kunene, for declaration of the present. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the chairperson chair of chairs of the city of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality, Councillor Mabonaka Maitane, and ask him to give welcome address to the House.
Sanbonani. Before I can start, Madam Speaker, let me correct. I'm not Councillor Mabona. I'm Councillor Nzwanana, the Speaker of Tshwane. Councillor Mabona was going to come in for me as I indicated that I will be absent on this event. Then I decided to come. So I am not Councillor Mabona, I am Councillor Nzwanana. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the Deputy Speaker and the Acting Speaker of the Legislature, the Chair of Chairs, representatives of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, City of Tshwane members of the Mayoral Committee, City of Tshwane councillors, members of the Women's Sector Parliament, government officials, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pleasure and deep sense of respect that I welcome you today to this prestigious gathering, the Women's Sector Parliament, Women's March to the Union Building, and the 30 years anniversary of the National Women's Day, under the theme, Building Resilience Economy for All, highlighting the importance of women's participation in leadership and economies. In another issue facing the women of South Africa is gender-based violence. Women are living in fear, and with some considering South Africa as the rape capital of the world. The rate at which women are killed by intimate partners in this country is 5 times higher than the global average GBV. A widespread and a common occurrence in South Africa is deeply ingrained in homes, workplace, cultures, and traditions. The pandemic, because of unequal power between gender, has far-reaching effects that go on beyond the violence itself. Gender-based violence manifest in various forms that include physical, emotional, psychological, financial, or structural harm, usually perpetrated by intimate partners, work colleagues, strangers, and even institutions. However, women empowerment and gender part is not only about number, it is about opening a space for women to influence meaningful change and make a difference in society. It is about promoting the participation of more women in public platform and the media. We want to see them addressing hard issues in the socio-economic areas, science and technology, and political, amongst others. This would help end the stereotype of pigeonholing on women and mainstream their contribution into the South African life. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity and welcome you all to the capital city of the Republic of South Africa, the city of Tshwane. I wish you all a fruitful discussion and deliberations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mwetim Zonana, for the warm welcome. I now welcome the acting Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Honorable Vuyo Dagaza Manamela, to address the House and the purpose of the purpose and the significance of the sector parliament.
Thank you, Councillor Nzwanana. Malbongwe. Kamara Makhosikazi. Honorable Presiding Officer, it's not done, this thing that I'm doing, or at least you must not do it. I'm taking advantage because on the other side, this thing of saying Malbongwe. Because I'm on the other side, I'm taking advantage in expressing my gratitude to all these beautiful women that are here. In Bogoto, the ones who keep society standing and solid, the ones who keep society strong. We were not going to be here if women were not as solid. In fact, society would not be standing. Or am I lying? If it wasn't for us, this world would not be as solid or standing. We do all the work, not half of the work, all the work. Just from when the sun rises, it's us, and just when the sun sets, it's us. So when we say you hit a woman, you hit a rock, we are meaning exactly that. We are exactly that. We are the pillar, and we are the rock of society. I thought I should just say that first. That Malbongwe Kamala Makhosikazi, because it's just a slogan, but in fact, if you just think about why you where you are, who got you to the place you are at, it is your mother, it is your aunt, sister, whomsoever who was female, who played a role, who raised you as a girl up until you are the woman that you are. And you are doing the same thing. You are raising your grandkids, you are raising your kids who are grown now, others should be married, or others are in different places. We've got female doctors raised by yourselves. We've got accountants raised by yourselves. We've got everybody who plays a positive role in society because there was a mother behind. There was a female behind. I'm not taking away the good role that's played by by men in society. There are good fathers out there. There are good, the uncles that raised us, there were fathers that raised us, but let's not take away our month. Let's not take away our platform we've been given. I so wish that it was an every month activity, Speaker, that women are celebrated, but look, we will have what we have, which is the month of women. And we fully appreciate. I fully appreciate being on the other side and seeing that I'm not the only one who can do it. Everybody has got the capability. You took the time to come and sit here, so you can be MPLs. So it's not only me who can do it. You can do it. You just happened to make sure that you vote for me, her, and her to make sure that we come and represent. And we dare not disappoint you. We shouldn't. Pardon the gimmicks that we do sometimes. Gets a bit rough and emotional. But to express gratitude, we would not be standing here if it was not on the shoulders of Honorable Member Suleiman, Honorable Member Mujapil. If it wasn't for you, I would not be standing here. If it wasn't for those that walked the path before me, I'm not special. It's because somebody paved the way that I am here under very difficult conditions. Somebody had to die. Somebody had to lose a limb. Somebody had to lose their kids, their family, for me to be special and to be here. So we do not take for granted that me and my colleagues, the MPLs that you voted for, that we end up being here. And we should be very grateful that we live in a country like South Africa, that we can gather here as females without having to worry or feeling guilty as to why, as women, or we have this parliamentary sector of women, where we'll be exchanging views and be sharing views and ideas as to why we are here without apologizing for it. Going to my salutations, chairpersons of committees, Honorable Bishop Member Adams, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Likunene, typical ex-member, the multi-party caucus, Honorable Ali Payne, GPL members present, GPL staff, Speaker of Tswane Municipality, who was just there, Member Tswanana, the IEC representative, Mr. Ntlailana, honorable members of this August House, yourselves, your pretty selves. Yes, please give your pretty selves. Your honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, Malbongwe. It is indeed a great pleasure and an honor for me to present the purpose of the Women's Sector Parliament under the theme Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability. Sounds like a long, boring and complicated theme, but sidibene because we have to do it as women and make sure that we ensure solidarity and equality amongst women. Let's leave the long title or the complicated English. We are here for solidarity, not just with and for ourselves. For women out there in the Congo that are not spoken to by anybody, who live like nomads. 1 minute they've got bags on their children, they are removed by soldiers or whatever regime imposed by men. They move from one place to another. We don't know this because we're sitting comfortably. But the women in the Congo who are dying for the minerals in Congo by wars instigated by men, they don't know peace because it's a child on the side, it's a child on the side, it's a child on the back. They are sleeping here today, tomorrow they'll be sleeping under another tree. The woman is pregnant, they don't know when they are going to deliver. So we have it nice, we have it good. So let's pledge solidarity to those that we do not know, because there were women who stood side by side with us when it was very, very difficult. So 2025 Women's Parliament Sector celebrates Women's Month to pay tribute to the more than 20,000 women who marched to the Union buildings on the 9th of August 1956 in protest the extension of past laws to women. During Women's Month, we celebrate women as active agents of change and social transformation. The commemoration also allows us to take stock of achievements and the challenges that remain while mobilizing support for further development of women. It's not all doom and gloom. We've got women CEOs, we've got female doctors, we've got accountants, like I said, we've got female yourselves who are seated here. We've got females, not a professional title, but you are here representing somebody where you come from, and you'll be able to tell the women in your community that, hey, I did not know that what I see on TV, I'll end up either being part of it or seeing it live, and being a speaker or running a house and tell them that order members, but don't be chaotic, please. It's not an easy one, Speaker. So I hope your members will not get you to keep on calling them to order every other time. That's on a lighter note. The Women's Sector Parliament should draw lessons from the dawn of democracy. South Africa has made significant strides in ensuring that its citizens enjoy human rights as enshrined in the Constitution, and as an organ of state, GPL has implemented various social outreach programs that educate the people of Gauteng about their rights and eligibility to participate in legislative processes to celebrate the achievements made as a nation. Furthermore, since its inception, the Women's Parliament has afforded ordinary women academics, women in business, and women in government an opportunity to air their views and to engage on matters affecting them. Member Ali Payne here she's going to come speak here. She's attending that national dialogue. Young as she is, I thought it's a thing of grown-ups. The national dialogue that keeps on being spoken about. Some of us don't even know what is going to be spoken about there. But I admire the fact that young as she is, and she's a woman, she's going to be representing some of us in the national dialogue. You must bring feedback. Don't just go there for yourself. We must know what you guys are doing. Are you going to be drinking tea and biscuits there for the fun of it, or you'll be representing us? 2025 Women's Sector Parliament will focus on issues such as advocacy, mainstreaming for the rights of women, violence against women, women participating in inclusive democracy, and women participation in sports and arts. This Women's Sector Parliament therefore seeks to provide a platform for young people to share ideas. I'm happy to see young people. I saw, you look young, I hope you are. Doesn't really matter, you are as young as you feel. To reflect on their future, to make use of the new forms of public participation and new spaces for political assertion avail to themselves. 69 years ago, the footsteps of 20,000 women echoed against the walls of injustice, marching with dignity, courage, and unshakable belief in freedom. Today, we gather not only to remember them, but to continue their unfinished journey. So the journey continues. It didn't end at the union buildings. It's that time. As part of advancing the empowerment of women and pursuit the defeat of patriarchy, government regards Women's Day as an opportunity to pay tribute to many heroines of the women's struggle, and also to review progress made in addressing gender disparities. We, the women of South Africa, our mothers, sisters, daughters, and ourselves, still face the daily reality of GBV, gender-based violence. We live with it every day. It's a scourge that every second person or every woman in one way or the other, we are affected. It's either you as a person, or you know somebody next door, or you know a relative or a neighbor, one way or the other. It's just like drugs. If it's not your child, it's somebody's child that you know. If it's not a child from next door, it's a relative's child. One way or the other, it's a sketch that keeps on affecting us and touching us as women. Through policy making, the country has prioritized efforts to redress gender inequalities. Without ruling out those of race, to this effect, programs and legislation have been put in place, including the establishment of the Women's Ministry of Children and People with Disabilities, Gender Commission, Progressive Women, and other organizations that work with the Parliament, with all these efforts being recognized. The dawn of democracy and implementation of various laws that prohibits unfair discrimination against women has not been addressing the plight of women. So there's still a lot of challenges, barriers towards a full realization of gender equality, hence the struggle lives on. The main purpose of the Women's Parliament is to empower women to participate in platforms to raise the concerns and to fully understand that they are the masters of their own destiny. For them to attain this, they need proper support from government, which goes with understanding what their rights are. The sector parliament also seeks to create an understanding of how women can enhance social cohesion and have greater access to economic opportunities. Therefore, the objectives, I'll just name a few. I've taken a lot of your time, Speaker. To provide a platform to discuss and analyze issues facing women in Gauteng. To consolidate relations with women's organizations, Gauteng. If there's different organizations here beyond the sitting, it would be good to collaborate and make sure that we engage and get to a set objective or one objective. The objective is one with the different organizations we might come from, is to make sure that we emancipate women in Gauteng. To raise awareness about challenges facing women in Gauteng and taking the legislature to the people. There is just a few that I could mention. Profile the work of the GPL, which is what we're doing. Ours as the GPL is to make sure that there's public participation, which is what we do, going out to reach our communities, and they be part of the work that we're doing, which is why we're all together in this room. It's equally important to mention that women's empowerment includes the promotion of women, both economic and social development. As we are going to debate today, we should come up with measures to enhance participation of women in the economy. And don't forget the female-headed households. Most of our households are female-headed. It's either Kulso Koko or Kulso Mama. There's always a story, a common story. Every second person of us here has got that kind of a story. A female-headed household who should access resources, land, and housing. And women are the ones who work the land. Ubanoya masimin, akuyi madoda masimin. Kuyabo mama ngisho. Wake up in the morning, who goes to the fields? It's women who goes to the fields to make sure that siyadla. At the same time, I mean, when men are going to Johannesburg to mine the gold, it's the mothers that remain at home and make sure that we eat, we go to school, a home is created or built. At the same time, we must ensure that we use the Women's Parliament 2025 to deepen democracy through mobilizing the masses of our people to participate effectively in governance processes. In this way, we can be assured that our democracy will be sustained. It is our belief that we will never win the struggle for women's emancipation alone as government. We will accordingly strengthen our working relations with other women's formations like the Progressive Women's Movement, NGOs and CBOs, including churches and workplaces. In conclusion, let me urge all of us to leave this parliament not as spectators, but as builders of the future. The heroes of 1956 marched so that we could stand here today. So let us march forward together until no woman is left behind. Until equality is not a dream, but our daily reality. It therefore follows that whether you're a woman involved in community development or not, you must be confident in your demand to be treated with dignity and respect, as it is generally accepted as a matter of fact in our continent that when you educate a woman, you educate a nation. Therefore, women occupy strategic places in society, which is the driver of development. Lastly, I hope that the Gauteng Provincial Women's Sector Parliament 2025 will go a long way in responding to a call in recognition of women's right to equality and recognizes the contribution of women in struggle for liberation and development in the current juncture. Let me take this opportunity to wish you successful deliberations. I thank you and malbongwe. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Vuyo Dlakaza Manamela. I would like to welcome the representative of the Independent Electoral Commission for Mr. Clement Dailane to address the House.
Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Whilst I stand on the protocol that is already established, let me acknowledge the Acting Speaker of the Provincial Legislature. Yes. I'm audible? Okay. I shall continue. Let me acknowledge the Acting Speaker of the Provincial Legislature, Honorable Mhlekaza Manamela, and also acknowledge the Speaker of the City of Tshwane Metro Council Executive, Nzwanana, honorable members of the executive of this House, the sector parliament, and also honorable members thereof, ladies and gentlemen, but particularly our women whom we are celebrating in this month. Happy Women's Month. So, as Abombokot. We are told by Statistics SA, as they did their mid-year population estimate, that the country sits at 63 million inhabitants, of which 51% of those account for female, with Gauteng accounting for the bigger chunk, 25% of that 63 million population. This then means that there is a need for us as South Africans, as women, not only in the Republic.
Do not factor in these characteristics in their job specs and in what they feel is what a president should embody or what a CEO should embody. These kind of job specs are the ones that say that there's after-work drinks where the men will just chat or they play golf. Excuse me, when? Because me, I must do homework with the children. So you're deliberately holding meetings at times when I am not available as a woman to have a reason to exclude me from getting that level of job because you say she's not serious, this one, about her promotion. When I take maternity leave, they say, no, how was your holiday? How was your break? You must have had a rest. And it also is seen as someone who's not serious about their work when you take maternity leave. These are the systems that are designed to exclude women from key positions of power, key positions of influence, where you are punished for being a woman, instead of having institutions that are designed with women in mind. It's also the reason why we do not have male oral contraceptives, by the way. The intervention is there. The inventions are there. In the way in which we take the pill and then have our mood swings and depressions and breakouts, they were there for them and they decided they are not feasible because of the side effects. So the men decided, no, we can't take this because of the side effect, but we must live with the side effects and still show up. Systems designed against us. So therefore, ladies, violence against women is not just a slap on the face or a kick on the leg or being thrown on the floor. It's not just the ripping apart of your undergarments in a sexual act that's meant to defy you. It's not just a narcissistic partner who withholds finances from you and the like. It's not just that, although those things are there. Violence against women is a society where we have to second guess what we're wearing when we run, because those tights might invite unwanted attention. It's about coming home after your first job to then do a second job, even though there are capable individuals in the house who could have assisted you. It is about the fact that out of the top 40 JSE listed companies, only 5 companies had female board chairs. It's about out of the top 40 JSE listed companies, only 4 companies had female CEOs. It's about how only 115 women are senior executives in those companies out of positions that are 468. That is violence against women. Economic injustice, the undervaluing of the care economy that we've been relegated to, lack of equal pay for equal work, bank products that are availed to men and not women as per Stats SA statistics, all of that. That's violence against women. Keeping us out of the mainstream economy. Not including us whenever there are only those results that say how many women have benefited from these procurement processes, and they come back in the different departments and say we could not procure from women because they do not have what we want in terms of products and services. Instead of you going to those women and saying to them, form cooperatives so you can provide for us what we want. That is violence against women. And so, ladies, we stand here today and ask what is to be done, for we cannot lament forever. Yes, strides have been made, and yes, there are pockets of excellence and green shoots that we see. We can speak about having chief justices, who are women. We can speak about public representatives who are women. All those are great advancements. And we can speak about the male allies that we still need to sponsor us and open doors for us. But ultimately, we are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the ones who either put an end to toxic masculinity in the way in which we raise our children, and I'm speaking as a boy mom, or we are the ones that are going to perpetuate it when we see a young girl child flourishing. Instead of mentoring that young girl and saying, I see confidence in you. Come, let's walk this journey together. I stand here as someone who's been sponsored by many women in my life. I can speak of my mother. I can speak about the deputy leader of Build One South Africa. I can speak about the deputy speaker who's acting speaker at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature today. I can speak about many women who I've looked up to, who have given me a seat at the table, without whom I would not be standing here today speaking to you. So, Speaker, guide me quickly. How many minutes do I have left? I'm very passionate about what I want to say. I want to close, but I don't know if I've got leeway. Do I have some time? Do I have a minute or two left? I should have taken the liberty, but I want to respect you because you're my fellow woman. I have a minute. I must wrap. Thank you so much. So, ladies, we are the ones we've been waiting for. I had the privilege of listening to the Speaker of Parliament, Mamutoko Didiza. I had the privilege of speaking to Dr. Naledi Pandor, and they were marveling at how the women in 1956 were able to organize themselves with nothing, get taxis, get buses to change the course of history for women. And I'm saying today, we can organize, we can be the change. Thank you so much.
Mama, just hold on. I'll give you a platform to speak. Honorable Ayanda Ali, I was not saying move. I wanted to attend the head there at the floor. But thank you for wrapping up. Re go utlwile mama, ra leboga. Can I get order in the house? Actually, I wanted to say, before we go to the next point on the program, Honorable Ayanda Ali, wow. What a wow for reminding women who they are. We are forgetting that we are fearfully, wonderfully made by our Father. We are God's masterpiece. The Esthers that are capable to be president. Thank you. Back to the next point. I move to welcome the Honorable Faith Mazabuku, MEC of Social Development. Order! You are out of order. You are out of order. I was not. 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 Listening is a skill. You are out of order. I would like to welcome Honorable Faith Mazibuku, MEC of Social Development. Immediately, she will be flagged on the screens. It's online. Thank you.
Wonder if you are. Am I audible, Honorable Speaker? Hello?
Welcome, Honorable Faith Mazibuku.
Seems to have a feedback. Let me thank you very much, Honorable Speaker of the Women's Parliament. Let me acknowledge Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, and let me acknowledge our House Chair of the Legislature and all the beautiful women that are attending our sectoral parliament today. Indeed, Madam Speaker of the sector parliament, South African women have a lot to celebrate, but GPV remains a huge challenge. And we must indeed, as the provincial government, acknowledge this sector parliament, because all the resolutions that come out of this legislature, they are also shared with us in the provincial government, and are able to implement some of the decisions and the recommendations that will have come from this orders house. Madam Speaker, as we celebrate the milestone and achievements that women have made, we must also equally acknowledge the fact that there is still a long way to go to achieve the full emancipation of women. In my opening remarks, I did indicate that women are the ones that suffer the most when it comes to gender-based violence. And currently, the three biggest challenges that women are facing, amongst it is the gender-based violence, is poverty and poor living conditions. I must apologize if there might be a feedback of some sound, Honorable House Speaker. I'm in another event where we're opening a shelter for homeless people here in Krugersdorp. The physical trauma of violence and sexual assault actually leave unimaginable emotional damage on many women. And the Gauteng Provincial Government has put in serious measures in place to fight this scourge. Government also has strengthened some interventions in the fight against GPV, and also it has made sure that women are not only the ones that have to take care of themselves. In line with the National Strategic Plan, provincial government is the one that is committed in ensuring that women are protected and that women also get support. Over and above, Madam Speaker of the House of the Parliament today, the Gauteng Provincial Government has also set in place policies that will empower women so that women do not also depend on Matambeso Pobabo in order to survive, but they are able to live on their own and be able to sustain themselves so that they don't subject themselves to abusive relationships and find themselves not having any place to go. The provincial government, through the policies that have been set up by government through the preferential procurement, it has set aside even women empowerment initiatives so that then women in all departments are able to benefit. Even women make school uniform and women dignity packs. But over and above, women must be the ones that actually make sure that the economy of this province is the one that is appreciated and that no woman should actually go to bed hungry. We also wish to call upon women to be the ones that assist us in the protection of children. I'm sure we've been seeing since there in El Dorado Park where children have been killed and abused by their own parents. We wish to call upon all women, please ensure that your child does have a birth certificate. Your child does have access to services that are being provided by government. Your child does go to school. And over and above, we wish to urge all women to make sure that as they take care of themselves, they must report anything that they believe is not right. And women should not be the ones that find themselves doing all the wrong things. To those few words, Madam House Chair of the Madam Speaker of the Parliament today, we wish you a fruitful day, and we hope all the recommendations and the resolutions that will be achieved today will be also be shared with the provincial government. I thank you. May you have a wonderful day. Malbongwe Kamala Makhosikazi.
Thank you, Honorable Faith Mazibuko, MEC of Social Development. I would like to explain that to the chairperson of the various commission on how we will be dealing with the commission's reports. I believe during the discussion of the commission in the workshop, each commission agreed on resolutions that will be presented and tabled in this house today. I will ask the person designated to present the resolution of the commission and hand over the resolution to the service officers after the debate, who will then hand them to the table staff seated in front of me. And at the end of all the debates, I will hand over all the commission's resolution to the chairperson of the committee of the legislature so that they can be tabled at the meeting and forwarded to the executive for action. Will the secretary please read the first order?
Good morning, Honorable Madam Speaker. Good morning, Deputy Speaker, and all honorable members at large. I am Honorable Deborah Dennis, and the first role of women in socio-economic development. Thank you.
I will now call on Honorable Dorcas Makwe, the chairperson of the commission, to present their commission's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members of Women's Sector, distinguished guests and the resilience women of Gauteng, good morning. My name is Dorcas Makwe from Western Region, the chairperson of the Commission on the Role of Women in the Socio-Economic Development. I stand here today on the shoulders of all women who crawled so we can run. And today we run so the next generation can sprint. Today we become one voice for all of women in all the corridors of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, we gather today 30 years into our democracy to celebrate the profound spirit of women who are not just participants in our economy, but is very lifeblood. This commission work is a testament to the unyielding strength of women, the mothers, the entrepreneurs, the caregivers, and the community builders who day in and day out weave the social and economic fabric of our province. We have listened to their stories, acknowledged their triumph, and now we stand ready to act on their behalf. Madam Speaker, the insight we have gathered painted a vivid picture of a force that drives our informal economy, educates our children, and cares for our most vulnerable, often the recognition or compensation they deserve. Yet, Madam Speaker, our celebration must be tempered with an honest look at the barriers that still stand in the way of full participation. We have heard the deep concern of those who feel excluded from government programs due to race and age. We have confronted the heartbreaking reality of women who are forced to compromise their dignity to secure tenders, a pervasive culture of exploitation that we must eradicate. We have seen how a lack of resources, from money to accredited training, severely restricts a woman's ability to grow her business in her future. These are not just challenges, they are systemic injustices that demand our urgent and collective actions. Madam Speaker, our purpose here today is to move from conversation to creation, to build a system that truly empowers women. Honorable members, Honorable Member Mulozani will elaborate on the government initiatives that are in place for the upliftment of women, and while that is welcomed, our two honorable speakers, Honorable Van Wyk and Honorable Tulo, will both highlight the limitations and hurdles experienced by women. And finally, Honorable Adams will provide the House with the Commission's recommendations. The recommendations before us are a blueprint for a more equitable future. We will create a functional system that enables women to unapologetically be part of the South African economy, not as spectators, but as contributors. Thank you.
I will now call upon Honorable Dineo Mulozane.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Honorable Dineo Mulozane from West Point. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a good day for women to be sitting together to come and share ideas, make sure our country moves, especially our province, Gauteng, moves to be a better province. In our commission, we have taken this opportunity to sensitize women of Gauteng that government have been making sure that women entities and women businesses are growing and have sustainable livelihood. We have had the CEDA of how late we have CIFA, we have the CETA services, CETA, LG, CETA, NYDA, NDA, and GEP. These entities have been truly making sure that women entities are trained in the following skills. We have proposal writing, we have entrepreneurship, we have marketing, public speaking, etc. In our municipality, that has become resilient in making sure that women push through within their businesses and making sure that women are compliant. In 2023-24, women-owned businesses that are within the hospitality sector were afforded with the opportunity of receiving the apparatus from the government. They received industrial stoves, industrial fridges, microwaves, and starter-ups of 10,000 per business. These were women-owned and women complied. In 2025, in May this year, our municipality, again resilient as it is, they made sure that there are NPOs that have sustainable plans They receive funding of 100,000 to 500,000. And I'm pleading, Madam Speaker, that all these activities, we must make sure that they are replicated within all the municipalities of Gauteng. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dino Molozane. I call upon Honorable Griselda van Wyk.
Goeiemôre, agbare lede. My naam is Griselda van Wyk, van Ekurhuleni, Alra Park, Nigel. Agbare lede van die huis, as die kommissie oor die rol van vroue in die sosio-ekonomiese ontwikkeling, wil ons dit aan die huis voorlê, dat die uitvoerende gesag programme en entiteite het, wat daarop gemik is om vrouens ekonomies te ontwikkel. Maar terselfdertyd is daar 'n demografie wat ongesiens, onaangeraak en dikwels onbehulpsaam is. Wat daartoe lei, agbare lede, is dat die vergete kleerling gemeenskappe uitgesluit is van ekonomiese geleenthede. Honorable members, the Commission acknowledged and highlighted financial and resource constraints as a primary limitation which increased the lack of resources for women in Gauteng. The Commission further noted that unequal compensation in various sectors, including healthcare. An example, Madam Speaker, is that nursing is a profession dominated by women. Despite women in nursing encounter substantial challenges when aspiring to attain leadership roles in the healthcare. Another concerning limiting factor for women's participation in economy is ineffective institutional support, as women often face significant challenges due to ineffective institutional support. This can limit their opportunities and hinder their progress. This has a negative impact on women as the limited institution and resources support all allocated to women limits women's representation in leadership positions and decision-making bodies to ensure their perspectives are constitutional. Dan vergoeding en sectorale deelname, landbou. Agbare lede, terwyl vroue se betrokkenheid toeneem, staar hulle beduidende hindernisse in die gesig om tot die mark toe te tree. Dit word vererger deur 'n gebrek aan aanvaardigheidsoordrag wat hulle potensiële groei beperk. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I was just going to say your date is up. Can I have Honorable Malisedi Thulo to rise up?
Ha ke lebohe, Madam Speaker. A buang ke Malisedi Thulo ho tswa Everton Sedibeng. Jwalo ka Honorable Van Wyk a se a boletse, di teng dintho tse re sitisang re le basadi ho nka karolo kgolong ya moruo. Honorable members, re na le bothata bo boholo bo bakwang ke bobodu le tshebediso ya basadi. Ha ne re dutse jwalo ka commission, re elelletse hore basadi ba qobelleha hore ba kopanele diphate le batho ba maemong a phahameng hore basadi ba kgone ho thola mesebetsi e leng ho ithola seriti moo batho ba maemo a phahameng ba sebedisang maemo a bona ho hlekefetsa basadi e leng tlolo ya ditokelo tsa botho. Re sa le mono re le basadi re thibelwa ho kena industry-ing ya tekniki ke tlhoko ya thupello. Re le basadi re na le tsona di-welding fela ha re batla mesebetsi ka lekaleng leo ba re qhilela ka thoko ho nkuwa banna e leng ho utlwisang bohloko hore ka mora hore re lwanele tekatekano ntse re thola tshwaro e jwalo. Re kopa le hore re newe monyetla wa ho kena industry ya dipalangwa tsa maeto a matelele jwalo ka ho kganna dibese, dilori. Re elelletswe le hore basadi hangata ba tsepamisa maikutlo dibakeng tse laolwang ke banna ho feta le ho hodisa tsebo ya bona masimong a bona. Moo ba ka holang ka ho phethahala, mohlala, ho tsa botle, ho tsa ho pheha le moroko. Qetellong, honorable members, puo e sebediswang ha se hangata re utlwang. Basadi ba bang ha ba ruteha, ha ba tsebe ho bala, ha ba tsebe le ho ngola. Ka hoo e ba bothata hore ha re tlameha ho tlatsa diforomo tsa dikopo tsa mosebetsi jwalo ka boholo ba rona basadi re a itshebetsa. Re hloka thuso ho tswa ho mmuso wa rona ya dithuso tsa ditjhelete le ho ngodisa dikgwebo tsa rona. Fela re hloleha ho utlwisisa ka lebaka la puo e sebediswang. Dilemo le bong ke tse ding tse re thibelang ho fihlella thuso. I thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Malisedi Chulo. Honorable Dylan Adams, can you please rise up?
Good morning, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. I am Honorable Adams. For too long, women have been told to wait their turn. Say no more. Madam Speaker, present no wish list, but a call to action to the Premier, and we had hoped would, as well as the MEC of Economic Development and all relevant departments. We as the Commission have identified the following recommendations, which women have complained about for years. Curbing red tape in business, investing in women-led sectors with accredited skills, aligning government with business support, and funding women aged 35 to 60. But none of these have come to pass. As a Commission, we therefore have designed the following two systems. Number one, the establishment of a woman's desk in the Premier's office and in every municipal ward, along with a mobile van that will take employment opportunities, funding programs, and business skills to women where they live. Number two, the establishment of a Gauteng Solidarity Fund, which is a zero-interest loan from 2,000 to 50,000, which allow women who have no capital and a lack of a credit history to get loans to start their businesses. This fund is not just a fund, it's a declaration that no woman will be excluded from opportunities for finance because she lacks capital or has a difficult credit history. Economic inclusion is not a privilege, Madam Speaker, it is a right. Honorable Premier, we really had hoped you would attend so that the dream of a female president can be something real, because then you are attending and acknowledging women in this parliament. But we will now give you a call to action, Honorable Premier. We ask that in 3 months, the reduction of red tape measures are in place. Women's Desk pilot launch. We ask that in 6 months, mobile vans are deployed and formalized systems are signed. Within 12 months, the Solidarity Fund is active. Women's desks in every ward and programs for women aged 35 to 60. Madam Speaker, we now say to the Premier and the MEC, you have the authority, you have the resources, now you have the timeline. You hold the pen that writes the next chapter for women in Gauteng's economy. Fellow honorable members, the future is watching. Let history say This was the parliament where women said, not on our watch. I thank you.
Honorable Dorcas Makwe, the chairperson, can you Honorable, I called you by mistake. I now call for an open time and I will allow 4 participants to speak on the debate, and also participants who are on the speaking list will not be allowed during the open time. And also, do not forget to mention your name and the rule that you are standing on. And I call for an open time on Rule 77.7. Honorable Hendricks, can you rise up?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you alluded, I'm raising, it's Honorable Aisha Henriquez, and I'm raising on Rule 77. Madam Speaker, I would like to say thank you to the previous commission for the recommendations that they've made. We have alluded in our previous discussions that once again, we should not put women in a position where they need to apply for loans, where NIDA, GEP provide grants for youth and other people that start up businesses. Why must women be put in a position to make loans when they can also be grants or a 50% loan and a 50% grant? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. Honorable Rachels, you may rise up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings, everyone. Greeting our honorable guest that's here today to listen to us. Honorable Speaker, I rise on Rule 77.7, and I would just like to make a statement. On the 9th of August 1956, 20,000 oppressed females marched to the Union buildings. Amongst those 20,000, there were 5 women who led this march, representing each race that you find in South Africa. Fast forward to 2025, in a democratic South Africa, colored women are still being excluded from opportunities in this country. Madam Speaker, we cannot be going on that colored women must sit on the sideline for the next 25 years. We are all part of this country. We are all citizens of this country, black, colored, Indian, and white. And if you are a female, you will stand up for any race because all women suffer the same. I also want to make a point, Your Honor, to say 31 years after apartheid, colored South Africans are still being sidelined, excluded from opportunities, erased from equity targets, and treated as politically invisible. This is not democracy. This is injustice. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You may rise, Honorable Yolanda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Honorable Yolanda Majia Matuta. Good morning, everyone, and all protocol observed. I'm rising on Rule 777. We demand as women, CETA to give 40% of training to women SMMEs in different business fields. As government has pronounced, let them come to the party. Sicela isiqingatha samashumi amane so mama abazoqeqeshwa kumashishini ahlukahlukeneyo. Government, we demand also government to reduce red tapes of doing business so that we can access funding opportunities. E.g., we cannot compete with Somalians or foreigners. We demand that as women, so that izikhalo zethu zivakale. Siyamcela uhulumende ahlise izinga lamashishini nabantu bangaphandle. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yolanda. Honorable Khumalo, you may rise up.
Thank you, Speaker. My name is Honorable Mokadi Kongwane from the West Rand Mohlakeng. I'm rising on point number 77.7. I would like to echo what the previous speaker just said. With this report, Speaker, we are requesting as women that the Gauteng government should also take in consideration the porous borders of this country. We, the women, the mothers, are feeling the effects in Gauteng. It compromises our health systems. It compromises our services and benefits as women and our safety. In this month of Women's Month, Speaker, I think it's proper for us as women in Gauteng to acknowledge these following women: Zandile Dabula, Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, and Victoria Africa. Women, we are behind you. We know that this pain is felt by us mothers and wives. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khumalo. Honorable Mangwe, can you rise up to respond while we are doing the closing remark on your topic?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Elizabeth, your comment is noted and has found expression in our commission report. And Honorable Yolanda, your input is also noted and has also found expression in our commission report. Honorable Hlongwane, as the commission, we note that concern about the borders, and that is a national competency, which will add to our report. Thank you.
Honorable, can you?
I'm doing that, ma'am. Just a few seconds. Oh, thank you. Honorable members of the women's sector, distinguished guests, and all who have contributed in this vital discussion, Thank you. Over these past years, we have not simply held meetings. We have held a mirror to the reality of women's lives in our province. We have seen with clarity that their contributions are not secondary, but are the very foundation upon which our social economic stability is built. From the entrepreneurs running small businesses in our community to the caregivers nurturing the next generation, women's work is a powerful, undervalued force that we can no longer afford to ignore. We have faced the difficult truth about the barriers that women encounter daily. The lack of fair compensation, the unacceptable reality of exploitation and corruption, and the frustrating red tape that stands in the way of progress. These are not abstract problems. They are real, they are urgent, and they have prevented our province from reaching in full potential. But the most powerful part of our work has been the recommendation we have forged together. We are not living here today with just words, but with a clear, actionable plan. We will create a Gauteng Women's Economic Development Fund to provide grants that shall be a true game changer. We will demand that all training programs are accredited, giving women the certified skills they deserve.
Honorable, can you move for the adoption?
With that said, Madam Speaker, I, Dorcas Makwe, Chairperson of Commission 1 on the role of women in socio-economic development, move for the adoption of this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Now I call for a second. You may rest, Honorable B. Mutsiri.
I, Honorable Sizakele Mvambo from COJ, I arise to second the report.
I now put the question. All those in favor, say yes. All those not in favor, say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Kindly hand the resolution of the Commission on the role of women in social economic development. I now declare the debate on the role of women in social development closed. Will the Secretary please read the second order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Honorable Togo Mahambana, and the second order reads thus: assessment of the effectiveness of strategies and programs to curb gender-based violence in Gauteng Province.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Secretary. I now call upon Honorable Sizakele Chabelel, the Chairperson of the Commission, to present the report.
Diabulela Somlo. Greetings to the House. I am Honorable Sizakele Shabalala from the district of Everton in Citibank region. Gender-based violence has a great impact on women, Madam Speaker, more than any other gender. Looking at the statistics from January to March 2025, 969 women were murdered, 11,000 rape cases were reported, 15,000 assault cases were opened. And these cases, they involve the intimate partner violence. In short, 1 in 3 women face or encounter intimate partner violence. Madam Speaker, that is too much for this province. On the 14th of August, a woman from Rustenburg was stabbed to death by the boyfriend. Ngeke sihlale, ngeke sithule. We will continue to move on. Gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa remains a challenge, intersectional and economically entangled. While the country has policies in place and aims at combating gender-based violence through implementation of programs, Madam Speaker, it saddens us. Not long ago, during this week, we saw on social media women handled by men. And they were laughing and shouting at these women. Ngeke sihlale phansi, ngeke sithule. We shall continue to make noise. However, insufficient funding and cultural norms perpetuate this violence and growing challenge. Entrenched cultural norms continue to drive gender-based violence in South Africa. The Commission discussed various forms of abuse experienced against women, with physical and sexual violence as the most discussed. Another common type of abuse experienced by women is this toxic masculinity in the province. Also includes psychosocial and emotional abuse. This abuse includes verbal insult, harassment, and coercion. Most of the survivors do not consider verbal and emotional abuse as violence. The Commission has also shared the sentiments that sexual violence must include sexual harassment in the workplace. Women with disability are they seem to be the most impoverished in the province. They are further discriminated against in the job market. While poverty and substance abuse increase the risk of gender-based violence and femicide, leading to poor health, poverty, structural inequality, and resilience on partners and caregivers are drivers of violence. Women with disabilities often see their grant allowance exploited by the caretakers and the caregivers. Moreover, high levels of stigma, functioning difficulties, and societal barriers often reduce women with disability to leave violent relationships in addition to accessing care. Older women, they also experience abuse and extreme violence. And these abuse, they often take place in their households. They are perpetuated by family members such as children and grandchildren. Financial abuse and physical abuse are the most common form of abuse in elderly people. Rape and sex trafficking are also common among women who are above 60. Other types of abuse include accusation of witchcraft. Older women are always accused of witchcraft, and that is gender-based violence. Unlawful confinement, neglect, and unwanted burden of having to parent grandchildren. The strongest risk of abuse was in families where children or grandchildren abuse substance. Other risk factors at the individual level include freighted dementia, possession of asset, money, goods, technology challenges, such as not being able to operate phone banking, and lack of awareness of one's legal rights. The Commission also discussed how elderly people are viewed
Honorable
as
Chairperson
less
Sizakele, your time is up. I call Honorable Aisha Hendricks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand on all the protocols observed earlier on. Enough is enough. It's time to end gender-based violence. Ladies and gentlemen, survivors, advocates, and leaders, today we gather not to speak, but to demand justice. Our Constitution promises equality, dignity, and protection for all. Yet women and children across South Africa continue to suffer under the relentless scourge of gender-based violence. This is not just a crisis, it is a national disgrace. And today we say, enough is enough. The reality we face, our laws are clear. Section 205 of the Constitution mandates effective policing. Section 206 holds leaders accountable for oversight. Therefore, a dire need and an obligation exist on national and provincial level to ensure that our laws, code of conducts, regulations, and sound codes of good practices is in the criminal justice system expressly outlined, and such accountabilities with no room for misunderstanding and tolerance for non-compliance. For decades, our cries have been ignored. High-risk communities such as Eldorado Park, Westbury, and countless others are left defenseless against organized crime, drug trafficking, and unchecked violence. Women and children live in fear, betrayed by the very system that has promised to protect them. The failures that fuels GBV, police neglect, victims are mocked, disbelieved, profiled, and treated like suspects. Systematic delays, cases drag on for months, leaving survivors in danger. No safe havens. Where are the 24/7 GBV desks? Where are the safe houses? Broken justice system. Dockets vanish. Protection orders gather dust, and perpetrators walk free, leaving victims feeling helpless, betrayed by the system that was meant to protect them. Societal silence, stigma, shame, generational trauma that keeps victims entrapped. Counseling is no more a luxury, it is a necessity for our country. Let's not go to GBV,
Hendricks.
women on women.
Honorable Hendricks, your time is up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Dieketse Mutai, take the podium.
Speaker, honorable members, I greet you all. Kalibitso ke nna Dieketseng Mutai, ke tswa Tshwane. Nnete ke hore gender-based violence ke bothata. And we have been complaining for far too long as women, not only as women in Gauteng, empa basadi ka kakaretso South Africa. Ha ke tsebe mohlomong re tlamehile re bue ka maleme a fapafapaneng hore mmuso wa rona o re nkele ka hloko hobane re kgathetse. Jwalo ka ha re dutse mona re le basadi, re tseba mosadi a kileng a hlekefetswa kapo rona bo rona re kile ra hlekefetswa, and what has happened to the perpetrators. With that said, the reality is that the government has put programs in place to try and respond to gender-based violence and femicide. And these include the National Strategic Plan on GBVF, the Tutuzela Care Centers, and dedicated police desks. The National Strategic Plan outlines a multi-sectoral approach with 6 pillars, which are accountability, prevention, law reform, response, economic, and research. Now, the National Strategic Plan on GBV was adopted in 2020, and it provides a framework for coordinated action by government and civic society to combat GBVF. It addresses the prevention, the response, and accountability, recognizing the need to address the root causes of violence. And then we have the brigades and the green doors. Now, green doors and brigades are initiatives in Gauteng designed to combat gender-based violence and provide support to victims. The GBV brigades, consisting of community safety volunteers, raise awareness about green doors and other support services. Green doors are safe spaces that offer emotional containment and should be located within 5 kilometers from a police station. And then we have the National Crime Prevention Strategy. This strategy, developed in 1996, includes the Victim Empowerment Program, which aims to create a victim-friendly justice system and provide support to victims of violence. We have many other programs that the government has put in place to try and fight this pandemic, as President Cyril Ramaphosa said. However, we need people in charge to actually go onto the people that have received this violence and actually make it work. There's no point in having these programs in place if they are not working for women. Enough is enough. And we are grateful for this opportunity so that we can come and say something needs to be done.
Mutai, your time is up.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Innocentia Mdluli, you may rise up.
Ngibonge somlomo, ngikubingelele, ngibingelele nethimba lakho, ngibingelele indlu ngokugcwala kwayo. Kuyamangaza somlomo ukuthi nanamhlanje ngo-2025 singabantu besifazane sihleli la sizobhodlela emswaneni sikhala ngokuhlukumezeka kwabomama nabantwana. Okusho ukuthi kusekude la siyakhona. Kodwa ngeke sithule siyoqhubeka sikhale njalo kweambulance ihamba. Kusenzima ukuba umuntu wesifazane lana eSouth Africa. Namhlanje sibhekene nesimo sokuthi abantu besifazane bayahamba bayobika amacala okuhlukunyezwa. Kodwa amaphoyisa wona ngokwawo uqobo aphinda sihlukumeze kwawona. Amaphoyisa azokutshela ukuthi ukuze icala lakho lifinyelele enkantolo kuzolube umuntu wakho. Ngaleso sikhathi udlwenguliwe. ubhekene nesimo sokudlwengula ukhathazeke emoyeni awazi ukuthi kwenzakalani ngawe uthi yena fanele ukuthi ube umuntu wakhe ukuze ufinyelele isicala lakho enkantolo namhlanje abantu amacala abawathethwa sebaze babhenele inkundleni zokuxhumana ukuze bazwakale namhlanje sibhekene nesimo lapho uhlala nomlingani wakho akubulale besathatha umntwana amsehlathini sibhekene necase njengamanje umama ubulewe kwathatha umntwana ubaba uboyfriend kamama wathi ngifuna ukuyokubonisa ukuthi umama wakho uphi maqede wamdlwengula kusho ukuthi uthi lo mntwana makafe emoyeni angabaphinda avuke kodwa ngeke sithule ngisasho soqhubeka njalo sikhale sihamba siye enkantolo sithathwa amaphoyisa sise enkantolo fike enkantolo iphoyisa liphenye kahle icala iphoyisa lithatha icala lilise enkantolo umshushisa khulumisane nomanje khishwa imali lahleka idokodo kuthiwa idokhetha isatholakala ukuthi iphelelepi uzohlala ekhaya ungazi ukuthi kwenzakalani ngecala lakho kuyofanele uzipholise wena amanxeba ngoba kekho nomsebenzi nawe sekwasebenza imali eSouth Africa na unganamali awulutho akukhulunywa ngomuntu onganamali khuluma imali eSouth Africa sibhekene namhlanje nabantwana babafana abanengcindezi bahlukunyezwa abo baba badala babathembisa imali ngaloko sithi uhulumeni akasibhekelele
Your time is up. Honorable Angelina Morakile.
Before there's a woman, there's a child. Before there's a man, there's a child. Greetings to the House. Greetings. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to honorable members. My name is Honorable Morakile. I'm in Commission 2, bringing recommendations that we agreed on as a commission. We decided that all stakeholders should unite and come to the ground to conduct home visits addressing underlying issues as we are here because of underlying issues. We can sing and sing songs about GBV, but as long as we don't go deeper to the root causes, we are not going to win the battle. A special unit for 24 hours for police stations and DSD for privacy and immediate emotional support. Victims are re-victimized by the open way in which they report their cases to the stations. And there's no DSD that is in place when there are cases because they work limited hours. They don't work on weekends, they don't work on holidays. There is those strategies that have been implemented by the government. For instance, green doors, they are in place but not well equipped because there are no trainings. So the commission agreed that foster collaboration with existing NPOs that receives funding from DSD to provide skills and trauma management. And the converting of green doors formally to be drop-offs of victims as placement is a process. While the DSD is busy looking for safety places, victims don't have safe places where they can be kept. MASP and WASP from community safety to be re-implemented so that they can help in schools and the community with parental skills, as most perpetrators are parents ourselves because we expose kids to domestic violence. Boys and men agreed that they should be included in all interventions because they appear to be perpetrators and as victims. We have a decision. Women empowerment was encouraged so that we can curb dependency and further exposure to GBV. In conclusion, I would like to know, or we like to know as a commission, as we are
Honorable
speaking to the province.
Angelina, your time is up.
Thank you.
Honorable Sizakele, would you please rise to reply to the debate? Honorable Sizakele, just hold it a bit. I now call upon open time. I open the floor according to Rule 77, and only 4 speakers who are not on the speaking list are allowed to speak.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members at large. I stand on Rule 777 and want to commend the Commission and also emphasize the need to have a safe house, or rather a police station that is governed by women, so that these commissions and concerns that are raised are then transferred and delivered to specific people who will understand the stands of women and children. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, you can rise up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am Honorable Muleke Tsiamo and I'm standing on rule number 77.7. I have a question coming back to what Honorable Ms. Aisha Hendricks was talking about, the authorities not helping us as community members or community leaders with problems that we are facing. My question is, what do the authorities do then if they are in to help the community fight against gangs and constant crimes, but instead, as the community members, we are throwing them with stones, threats, and we are swearing at them? And my other question, or my follow-up question rather, is how are the authorities going to help us if we don't help them? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Maputuma, you may rise up.
I think there's a mistake. It's Honorable Makapela. Thank you. Greetings, honorable members, and greetings, honorable speaker. I stand to speak on rule number 77.7. I wanted to speak on the Criminal Law of Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act, which is basically the National Register for Sexual Offenders. It was established under this act. Currently, its confidentiality and disclosure provisions forbid any public release of information. So, Bagolo, what
Honorable, you're out of order. I said Honorable Maputu. Are you Honorable Maputu?
Sorry,
Thank you.
honorable member.
You may rise, Honorable Maputu.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Member. Greetings to Honorable members. My name is Ma Pomolo. Sorry for that. Greetings to you all. Ngiyabonga kakhulu the house nginibulise nonke Zimbokodo. Wathinta abafazi. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Gender-based violence and femicide is starting today with me here to stop. How? Gender-based violence in a amendment act.
Honorable, you did not state the rule that you are standing on.
Okay. Sorry, honorable member. My name is Nozize Mapomolo. I'm from Western Mirafong at Wadela. I'm standing to point. I'm standing on pen time rule 77.7. Thank you, honorable member. Gender-based violence is starting to stop with me today. There is a Gender-Based Violence Amendment Act 2021. Everyone must report the domestic violence and the sexual offenses against children, older person with disabilities. To not report the act is a criminal offense. All of us must report the gender-based violence. Again, I will go to a national strategic plan where our honorable member, Mr. President Cyril Ramaphosa, was signed the NSP. So, sifuna ukuthi this NSP must be not only the document, must come to us as Sisema Lokshini. I will refer to pillar number 2, prevention and rebuilding of social cohesion. Point 2.
Honorable, your time is up. Honorable Baleni, can you rise up?
Good day, honorable members. My name is Honorable Gladys Mpelani and I am from West Rand in Kagiso. Madam Speaker, I am standing on Rule 77.7 to actually speak. So you gather women and you feel about GBV. The problem and the issues will never end. We had a senior mama in our commission that actually said we should be mindful of the extent of the fight that we are headed to. So right now it cannot be more than 10 years and we're still fighting for the same issues around gender-based violence. As a young woman today, we do come with recommendations, new ideas. We knew, but we hope that they will be really implemented so that they can help other women also. So to curb, we know that there are other women that don't feel comfortable to actually go and report matters to the police. They are afraid of being humiliated and everything like that. So now the question stands: what happens to the victim after everything is done? The process of being abused, the process of going through it, the process of looking for a solution, because they do deal with situations, but we never really get a solutions. I am proposing that we collaborate, we incorporate sports, arts and culture as an intervention strategy to curb GBV. Because now your body has gone through so much trauma and through so much fear. how do you actually let it out? You go into the ground, you kick a ball, you run after a ball. That little bit of exercise will actually help you release all of that. In the arts sector, you go and you do poetry, you do theater, you sing. All of those things are implementation plans to actually help victims to deal with their stresses. Because right now the issue
Honorable
cannot...
Paleni, your time is up. Honorable members of the House, as you know, honorable members of the House, like I said, we are going to take only 4 hands. So, unfortunately. Honorable Sizakele Chabalala, would you please reply to the debate and move for the adoption of the Commission's report?
Let me thank you, honorable members, for having an input. Thank you, Honorable Mapumulo, for reminding us that we are all obligated to report crime against women, children, and people living with disabilities. Was a question about the authorities. Honorable I don't see the honorable member over there, but in responding to that, Somlom, in the police force, we know that we have good cops and those abazenzela into zabo. I heard the honorable member asking ukuthi, can't we work together? The truth ukuthi, we can only work together with those who are doing justice. But those who go the other way around, we will demand justice. As I move for adoption, I, Sizakele Shabalala, for Commission 2, I move for adoption, Somlom.
Thank you, Honorable Chabalala. Members of the House, let me remind you that you can also rise on Rule 775, just to freshen up your mind. I now call for a seconder. Honorable Simise, can you please rise up? Thank you, Honorable Simise. I now put the question. All those in favor, say yes. All those not in favor, say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Kindly hand the resolution of the Commission on the assessment of effectiveness of strategy and programs to curb the gender-based violence in Gauteng. I now declare the assessment of the effectiveness of strategy and programs to curb gender-based violence in Gauteng province closed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I greet you all, honorables, members. Will the Secretary please read the third order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Madam Speaker. My name is Nandi Tole, reading order number 3, Inclusive Democracy in South Africa.
I now call on Honorable Mokhadi Khongwani, the chairperson of this commission, to present their commission's report.
Thank you, Speaker. My name is Honorable Mokhadi Khongwani, representing Commission 3 from the West Rand, Mohlakeng Ward 13. Speaker, allow me to greet you and honorable members of this distinguished House, guests, and protocol observed. I would like to say, Divine Feminine, this is your month. Happy Women's Month. August the 9th marks the 69th anniversary of the 1956 Women's March. Unfortunately, since the dawn of this democracy in 1994, South African women in general are subjected to all forms of discrimination. Speaker, the democracy without representation is actually tyranny. Our country is gradually deteriorating into a state of ruled by tyrants who are oppressive to women, unjustly excluding ordinary women in political space, conveniently neglecting the South African development community, which is SADC Protocol on Gender and Development. All heads of states of SADC signed a declaration on the 17th of August 2008. This protocol is a legally binding agreement compelling all SADC member states to endeavor to achieve at least 50% target of women in strategic decision-making positions and in public and private sectors. They are also neglecting the Beijing Declaration, and which is a platform that was signed in 1995. This also calls on governments to take measures to, among other things, ensure equal access to and full participation in power structures, integrate women into political parties, and increase women participation in electoral processes and political activities. Since the inception of our democracy, this democracy was never completely inclusive, Speaker. Women representation has been minimal. Even at that, our inclusion in leadership and decision-making roles has never been in equal proportion to our male counterparts. One then question, what is this democracy? Who is it meant for? Or who is it meant to benefit? We all want to believe that democracy is about achieving a greater balance in society, one that ensures greater equality for all, but are women of low and middle income backgrounds truly and proportionately represented in this political space? The reality in Gauteng province and across South Africa suggests otherwise. While a very low percentage of women do occupy leadership roles, they remain an exception. The most worrying fact about most women involved in benefiting from these opportunities are, one way or the other, connected to male leadership counterparts. What about the ordinary capable women who are not connected? The Chapter 2 of the Constitution, Speaker, of South Africa makes a provision of Section 19, which refers to equal proportion. We women demand that Section 19 be specific in mentioning that inclusion of women should, in particular, be proportional to their population ratio. Therefore, we demand the amendment of Section 19 of Chapter 2 of the Constitution of South Africa. Democracy in our politics is not completely inclusive to women. We pride ourselves with institutions of democracy, that is the Chapter 9 and 10 institutions. However, it is under their watch that women are not fully involved. Political parties are allowed to register without the IEC enforcing equal women inclusion. Political parties seem to make it a norm to advocate democracy yet excluding women. We demand that the government overhauls policies that seeks to address gender equality and specific and intentional in women inclusion. Speaker, in the following speeches, we will hear heart-wrenching accounts of how women exclusion in politics in the province has turned into a daily torment. With these accounts, we have suggested solutions which are all embedded in optimal women inclusion in politics and participate fully in the democracy. We demand social inclusion as mothers. We demand optimal economic inclusion as businesswomen and breadwinners, not because we are connected to one male. We demand the inclusion in women digital space as innovators, change makers, and we demand that justice and security clusters be inclusive and empathetic to women's plight in our province. We demand that the government protects our environment, land, and rivers. Speaker, we pride ourselves with our constitution, more especially Chapter 2, which is the Bill of Rights. It is said to reveal, as this collective, that our constitution as it stands doesn't ensure women inclusion in politics, therefore neglecting the benefactors of this country. Speaker, as women, we demand the amendment of the Constitution of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokhadi Khongwani. I now call on Honorable Fazana Sulman.
Greetings to the House at large. I'm Honorable Suleiman. I speak on behalf of our fellow women as I represent the COJ. My focus in this commission is on social inclusion under inclusive democracy. In a democracy, social inclusion means ensuring that women have the safety, freedom, resources, and opportunities not only to excel but to survive. With this, socially, South Africa is classified as a country struggling with one of the highest rates of adolescent pregnancies, more especially between the ages of 10 and 19. With an alarming amount of 122,000 teenagers reported to have given birth in the past financial year, 2024. To solve the aforementioned issue, we as women urge the government in strategizing the curb of adolescent pregnancies through government intervention by intensifying awareness campaigns and comprehensive sexual education programs through healthcare services and schools to empower our girls to make informed decisions in choosing school over motherhood. Further to this, studies have proven that nearly 1 in 3 girls miss school each day during their menstrual cycles due to the lack of their right to free sanitary essentials. This is not a want, but indeed a need, as the lack of does not only affect their education, but inevitably their self-esteem. As stated by our former president, Tata Madiba, as long as women are bound by poverty and as long as they are looked down upon, human rights will lack substance. The essence of this problem is relatable thereof. Hence, the access to female sanitary essentials must be made free and subsidized by the government and distributed through schools and all public facilities. With the Sanitary Dignity Implementation Framework and its budget of 235 million rand for 2024 and 2025, distribution of these sanitary products are seen as concealed in parts of Johannesburg. Let us see the money being implemented on the ground to include the women who are excluded. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fazan. I now call on Honorable Nomshato Nhlapo.
Greetings to honorable members, distinguished guests, and entire House, all protocol observed. I'm Nomshato Nhlapo, Honorable Nomshato Nhlapo from Sidibeng. Madam Speaker, allow me to present the challenge and solution of economic inclusion in South Africa. Why good governance not enough in South Africa? The reason being, for the first 15 years, on its transaction, democracy in South Africa enjoy a season of hope. But unresolved, deeply rooted inequalities have festered beneath the surface and continue to contestation for insider status. Among images of elites, a missing ladder of opportunities of the poor, compounded by the growth, have made it difficult for non-elites to climb out of poverty. According to the parliament current composition is as follows. In the National Assembly, it comprises of 46%. And in the NCOP, the National Council of Provinces, they only have a 36%. So we are demanding to say, let us have a 50% in the national, that women to represent women in the nationals. The challenge is a poverty, especially women in rural areas. And the access of basic services such as education, water, welfare has been influenced by unequal gender, race, and a class relation. Resolution is that women should get empowered on economic inclusion, and for women fully participated in lawmaking, women access to basic services should be improved. Our recommendation as a commission is that women over 35 years, those who are underqualified, must be supported through the entrepreneurship programs, and the age restriction should be extended to 50 years so that each and every woman who are going to looking for the job or anything must not being restricted to the age of 18 to 35. Government must cater for women in prison who serve in jail time, be incorporated back into the structure and society through employment opportunities. When women are from the jail, the society, most of them, they reject those women and they point to figures to say, no, that woman is from jail, he has a murder, he has do all those things. So we must not do that thing. So the government, we plead to the government so that the government to cater those women. The government must collaborate with the private sector and to ensure that women
Honorable
gain
Nomshato
skills and
Nhlapo,
experience.
your time is up. I thank you, Honorable Nomshato. I now call on Honorable Elizabeth Sikiti.
Ke a leboga, Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members, tše di kopanego ka moka mokana ga tšona madumešiao. Ke bolela mabapi le tokologo ya mo Afrika Borwa. Na tokologo ke eng? E go mang? E ketekwa kae? Rena bomme ga re e bone. Palo ya bomme ke e ntši ya tlhokego ya mešomo. Go se šome ga bomme go hloela go gweba ka mmele le bogodu. Go section 19 ba swanetše ke 50% ya tekatekano, equal right. Jwale ka mo Afrika Borwa molaotheo o re mang le mang o na le tokelo ya go tšea karolo le go tšea sephetho mahlakoring ohle ao a leng gona. Mme o na le maatla ke pilare legae le le senago mme ga le a phuhlama. Go dipalopalo tša bomme go tše 32 million ke ba bahlano fela bao ba tšweletšego pele ka go tša ikonomi. Ba re ya eta ke e tshadi pele e wela ka lengopeng. Go ba bahlano ba ke bomme e wetše ka leopeng. Go tša mešomo nka be ya bomme ba go swana le bo Popi Ramathuba ga e sa tsamaye o ikenya mabidi e wela ka leopeng. Jwale ka bomme Motsepe bao ba ikemetšego ka go ikonomi e wela ka leopeng. Ya eta ke e tshadi ke ganana le seo. Ba re ya hloka seboka e šia ke nare e hlotša. Ke be ke na le kgopelo go premier di minister ka mokana ga tšona. Ngwaga o ne le dihla tše 4 re kgopela tše 2 re dule fase re bolele gobane go sharakane re tle re kgone go lokiša re le bomme re eme ka maoto gobane go senyegile. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Honorable Elizabeth Sikiti. I now call on Malethabo Mojapelo. Honorable I withdraw honorables members. I now call on Honorable Malethabo Mojapelo.
Good afternoon, Deputy Madam Speaker, and everyone that is gathered here. My name is Malethabo Mojapelo, representing the city of Tshwane. Gauteng, the place of gold, but not all that shines is gold. Beneath the glitter, the wealth, and economic opportunities, the reality is that the promise of inclusive democracy for women, especially young women, remains unfulfilled. Structural inequalities still keep us out of workplaces and political spaces. The digital divide is one of the clearest barriers. Women from poor households face high data costs, digital illiteracy, and algorithmic bias, locking them out of the opportunity. Young women must not just use technology, we must create it. Coding, AI innovation. Older women must spot fake news, deepfakes, and election lies, because without this awareness, our votes and our democracy can be manipulated. The numbers are stark. Globally, 52% of women lack internet access compared to 42% of men. In Africa, only 43% have access. The gap is real and urgent. Legal structures also fail us. The Municipal Structures Act says parties must seek 50% women candidates, but seeking is not the same as ensuring. Even with women in leadership, deeper structures still favor men. Speak up, and we are all called aggressive. Stay quiet, and we are dismissed. We need substantive equality, where women's voices are not just present but powerful.
Institutions meant to advance women's leadership often remain symbolic. The Department of Women and Children struggle to drive change. The CSIR is slowed by bureaucracy, and the multi-party Women's Caucus in it must be strengthened with larger budget, research staff, and a permanent advisory role to the Premier. We need satellite offices in communities, real accountability, and role models who reflect our diversity. Environmental issues hit women the hardest. Polluted rivers, unsafe waste management, and climate change affect informal settlements where women bear the brunt. Hammanskraal's water is contaminated with sewage, denying women their basic right to clean water. How can we participate meaningfully in democracy when survival itself is a struggle? Gauteng may shine like gold, but true value lies in justice, equality, and opportunity for all. To make democracy truly inclusive, we must close the digital divide, strengthen laws, revitalize institutions, and protect our environment. When women, especially young women, are empowered, we don't just strengthen democracy, we transform it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Malthabo Mojapelo. Okay. You may arise, Honorable Member.
Good morning, honorable members. Previously, I wanted to say I would like for the NRSO, the Sexual Register for Sexual Offenders, to be made public. And this is because our children are being taught...
Honorable Member, which rule are you stating, ma'am?
I apologize. I'm standing on rule number 775. Our children are being taught by sexual offenders in schools. And it is a problem to me that we don't realize that this register must be put out. Our kids are being exposed to sexual offenders in police stations, and us as women are exposed to sexual offenders in police station because of this national register is not being put out. And another point is that I stand today not just as a woman, but a young woman, and a voice for 1 million of young women across South Africa who are left out of democracy. We live in a country where democracy promises equality, but too many young people live in the rural areas, are poor, and they are disabled women that are unseen and unheard. We face gender-based violence, unemployment, lack of education, and poor health care, yet we are expected to stay silent. Our democracy can't be truly inclusive if young women are not sitting at the tables, helping to shape decisions that affect our lives. We don't just want to be invited to speak, we want to be listened to. And we want our voices to turn into policies and our ideas into action. It's time that young women with power not just praise
Honorable
us for being
Member.
the future. Because we are not
Honorable
the future,
Member.
we are the present.
Your
Thank
time
you.
is up. I thank you, Honorable Member. Your point is taken into consideration. I now call for open time and will only allow 4 participants to speak to the debate, and also note that the participants who are on a speaking list will not be allowed to speak during open time. Also, do not forget to mention your name and Rule 77.7. I thank you.
Dimasiari, Ndibo Honorable Matabata, Ndikubo Dumedis Honorable Speaker, Nabatuboti. Ons is hier vandag as vrouens, so laat ons kan gehoor word. You know what? We are included in democracy, but we are not included in decision making. So how are we in democracy if we are out of the decision makings? We want to be part of decision makings. We see the honorables making decisions on our behalf, on behalf of the ordinary, and yet they don't know what is happening on the ordinary, on the ground level. We are here for them to come down. They must come and give account. The honorables come to us when they need votes. And when we call them, they come. When we call them, they come with bodyguards. How do you interact with ministers with bodyguards? How do you interact with them? We want them on the ground. We want them to come and give account. We want them to come and give account. Democracy has deprived us. Democracy has deprived us. In democracy, women are not counted in democracy. We are closed. We are behind. And democracy, it's a system that brought this country to where it is. There is so many people from outside to come in with whatever they come in. We never had drugs like this before. This democracy is just reverse of apartheid. But this is worse than apartheid. It's worse
Thank
than
you,
apartheid.
Honorable Member.
They took
Thank you, Honorable
Bible
Member. Your
from
time is
our
up.
school. They took Bible from our school.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I thank you, Honorable Member. I now call for Honorable Chisale. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Members. My name is Honorable Maureen Chisale. I'm talking on behalf of Watinta Bafazi Watiti Bogodo. You teach a woman, you teach a rock. A successful man, there's always a man behind it. Now we must look at this. I'm talking on behalf of agriculture. I'm a woman, an elderly woman. I'm still doing agriculture. And I am a coordinator of the West Rand. And the government is doing its ultimate best. Women, they gave them tractors. They gave them all the implements. Let me put it in that way. But now we are facing a challenge about this mining problem. What is the government doing about the mining? There are land lying far away. And there are people who've been working at the mine. And those people, they were managers, they were directors, but they moved from their places, their plot where they were staying. And now what they are doing? Corruption, Madam Speaker. Corruption in this manner. They will call somebody else. We want you guys, because you are in agriculture, go and plant at that land. That is all corruption, because they don't have the lease agreement. Madam Speaker, the government, I'm talking on behalf of what I know. There are some other farmers who doesn't have lease agreement, and they are busy doing what? Putting food on the table. Who of you who didn't have breakfast this morning? Everybody got business. everybody got food on the table. Ke mang mo magareng ga lona who didn't have breakfast? Everybody had breakfast.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up. Okay. Honorable Member, you may rise. I'm coming.
My name is Honorable Sharon Muruledi. I'm representing West Rand. I wanted to know what is democracy with age limit? How come we say there is democracy when you are cutting our age on jobs?
Honorable Member, which rule are you stating?
On rules 777.7. The question was, what is democracy with age limit? Why is the president limiting our age? 18 to 35. You are taking our rights as women. We do not grow by age, but we develop. I want to say that, emphasize that, why don't the president himself come out of that top floor because of his over 35? Because of his...
Honorable members, pause please. Honorable members, remo parlamenteng. Parlamenteng, crowd high opimato, high shout, high eating. Only the participants, kibona ba di applause. Honorable members. Thank you. You may sit down, Honorable Member. There's a point of order this side.
The honorables here have been raising their hands. I don't know for how long, but every topic that gets skipped here, they're not given a chance here to actually speak in the section. So I would like to raise that, Madam Speaker.
I thank you, Honorable Member. Your point is taken. I'm coming this side. Rise, Honorable Member.
I was
Continue,
saying that,
Honorable.
why do we have limit in everything? Just because of we are women, it doesn't mean that we are weak. We are more powerful and we can actually create jobs because of we are smarter than men. We bear the men, but today they are treating us like trash. I say no to age limits because of him himself who put that law does not go with the law. So if you're gonna put an age limit to us, start with yourself, my leader. Thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, you may stand up.
Nankhensa mutshami wa xitulu na voka a ri karhele ku yimisa nkosi yami. I Honorable Rirhandzu Mushwana from Ekurhuleni. Ni rhandza eku va ni seketela Honorable Sikiti eka leswi a nga swi vulavula swa ku a hi tekeriwi enhlokweni hi ri vamhani, a hi tekeriwi enhlokweni hi ri vatirhi va mavoko. Hi na mavoko ya hina yo tirha mara a hi tekeriwi enhlokweni. Hi ri varimi mara a hi tekeriwi enhlokweni. Hi ri vamhani. Hi endla ha xavisa eswitarateni mara a hi tekeriwi enhlokweni. Ha pfaleriwa. A hi tekeriwi enhlokweni. Ni nga ku namuntlha hi ri vamhani swi ringene. Vamhani va khome mukwana wa xinyayi lowu tsemaka hala na hala. Endyangwini loko mhani a nga ri kona, loko mhani a nga tirhi swilo a swi fambi. Vamhani va na swihlangi. Swihlangi leswi va nga na swo loko ri xa nampundzu swi khoma mhani hi rhoko swi ku mhani hi khome hi ndlala mara a hi tekeriwi enhlokweni loko hi ku mintirho kasi ntshunxeko lowu hi vulavulaka hi wona wu kwini loko hi ku mintirho va ri a wa ha ringanelangi u nga tirha hi mhaka ku malembe ya wehe yakulu hi lave va kusuka ka 18 to 35 swo fana ni swesweleswo swi vonisaka entshunxeko a wu kona eka Afrika-Dzonga xin'wanyana futhi hi na ti-project loko hi ri na ti-project va ri endle co-op loko u yi endlile co-op phephe ra wehe loko u nga tiveki u ri khomile leri va nge ri endli u ta tshama na ro a wu nge koti ku a wu nge pfuniwi a swi humeleli mara va ri hi le ka Afrika-Dzonga ya ntshunxeko entshunxeko wa ko wu kwini hikuva a hi wu voni ni ri Madam Speaker hi nga zame ku sikima u hi pfuna va meyara lavaya va suka le henhla
Honorable member, your time is up.
hi va vekele ku va yehla va
Honorable member, your time is up.
ni khense nkarhi wa wena Madam Speaker.
I thank you, Honorable Member. I now call Honorable Moloto.
Ke a leboga motlhomphegi Seboledi a ke go dumediša ntlo ka bophara ke le dumediša nna ke nna Honorable Johanna Moloto ke tle ka ntlha ya democracy re na le bomme Didiza re na le bomme na bolela mo wa social development Jovijo re na le mme Ali na bolela mo a ramogela goseng re le rumile mara ke makala that's why le mamtlha re salla a le so lokologe democracy a iso le fihlelele ntlha ya ka ya bobedi ke gore molao o tswa go rena re le Gauteng molaotheo ke bolela ka molaotheo ke policy policy be ile ke Gauteng so re ba le bothata jwale ka balemiru jwale ka di-business tše dinnyane a re kgone go tšwela pele ka lebaka la goreng certificate sa GTO re nyaka export re tshwere mošomošo le rile rena la re le ta di humana jwang le dutse kgoneng ke tše re di swere so re nyaka exporta jwale bothata ba rena certificate se sa GTO re ka se fihlelele ka baka la re bomma dikgwebopotlana so be re kgopela certificate se dira bomma 80,000 800,000 so ne re kgopela nyenyefatšang certificate se le bone le re direle plan rena jwale ka bomme ba ba tshwereng dikgwebopotlana ka mo Gauteng gore re kgone export ke a leboga ke tle tabeng ya ke na le ntwa re go bokeditšo tšhelete 3 trillion ke kgopela le botša batho modulasetulo re etla re tlo itšea re le bomme tšhelete jwale ka lebaka la gore e tlamehile e tle go berekela rena gore re kgone go gola since re thoma women sector parliament ka 2004 le le kgone re salela ka ntho e tee ke nagana gore mamotlha ke letšatši la mafelelo la gore re tle women sector parliament.
Honorable member, your time is up. I now call on Honorable Mnisi, our last speaker.
Ngicela ukubonga my name is Honorable Sina Mnisi ngisukuma ngomthetho 77.9.7 I'm sorry Tina Lenasia police station is just a name eyokuthi Lenasia police station we don't have the police station endaweni yethu kule ndawo leyana kushoda amaphoyisa, ama-cells avaliwe, kunama-referrals. Abantu bakhona baze bacabanga nokuthi bayenze ama-wedding party to that cells, and it's very big. So, sicela amaphoyisa, sicela ama-van. Akunawo nama-van, it's only one van ekhona. Nasesasa khona, you apply esasa, uthola ukuthi isasa bayanijikisa bakutshela nge 6 months, but it come after 6 months. But you've got all the documents from the doctors, and awukhona ukuhamba, uhamba nge-wheelchair. Kubuhlungu kakhulu. Kune 1.5 million eyaphuma e-Lens for Ithembelihle SA block. Leyo mali leyo iphumele into engekho, amanga, while endaweni there's no tar, akuna skontiri, akuna ma-flushing toilets, there's nothing. Iyaphi leyo mali? Sicela ukuthi ugovernment athathe ukuyibhekisisa leyo nto leyo. Kube kuyangathi njena nje ngabe kukhona bonke abantu baka-Department of Social ama-health kanjalo. Babe khona sithathe yonke izikhalo zethu sibanikeze ngenxa yokuthi umphakathi uhlukumezekile. I-Azara Secondary School, as I speak now, kuyaliwa, and abantwana laba. Kubuhlungu kanjani? Abantwana bayagwazana, abantwana bayadubulana, abantwana benzana. And thina lungisa community project, sisebenze for more than 20 years. We didn't get even a brass penny. And labantwana kunama land for ikolo. Why bangayenzi ikolo? Abantwana eklasini eli 175 yabantwana. Ikhona ilona, ikhona indawo marked 4 isikolo. Secondary, lower primary. Why bangayenzi ilona? Why bangayenzi ikolo?
I thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up.
Ngicela ukubonga.
Honorable Chairperson Mokhadi Khongani, please reply to the debate and move for adoption of the Commission's report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I've said in my opening, that we will witness the heart-wrenching stories or experiences from women. Women of Gauteng have spoken, Speaker. We need change. It cannot be right that since 2004, we are still speaking about the same things, an exclusion of women in politics. We cannot, it is not right that women are excluded in farming, in mining, in all the resources that are available in our province. The red tape, Speaker. I hope our honorable MECs, the Premier has heard. Speaker, we also, as this collective, in summary, would like to propose to the Gauteng Legislature that there must be transparency in resolutions taken by these parliaments, because we find ourselves repeating the same issues, the same resolutions, but the tracking is not visible. We would like to see it being visible. And we, as this collective, we are requesting that the public participation unit inform us on how to finish with our resolutions. Maybe they should be also inculcated in the petition system. In closing, Speaker, I, Honorable Mokhadi Khongwane, the Chairperson on Inclusive Democracy in South Africa, I hereby move for the Commission's report in terms of Rule 117, read with 168, taking into account all contributions made to be adopted. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, Honorable Chairperson Mokhadi Khongwane. I now call for a seconder. Yes, Honorable Member.
I am Honorable Member Suleiman, and I rise to second the report.
I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. And all those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. I now kindly hand the resolutions of the inclusive democracy in South Africa. I declare the debate on the exclusive democracy in South Africa closed. Will the secretary please read the fourth order?
Thank you, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker, and all honorable members at large. I am the Honorable Rhonda Janse van Vuren, representing Tshwane. Order number 4, the role of women in sports, arts, and culture. Thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on Honorable Member Khomotso Sejamoholo, the chairperson of this commission, to present their commission's report.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, to the House at large. Allow me to say, long live the spirit of Winnie Madikizela, long live the spirit of Charlotte Maxeke, long live the spirit of Sarah Batman, long live. And allow me to observe protocol to the Honorable Premier of Gauteng, Honorable Panyaza Lesufi, esteemed members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and distinguished delegates of the 2025 Women's Sector Parliament, allow me to greet you. As we gather today, we also celebrate Women's Month. We honor the extraordinary contributions of women who have broken boundaries, defied stereotypes, and shaped the world through sports, arts, and culture. From the stadiums where athletes shatter records, and to the stages where artists stir emotions, to the spaces where cultural leaders preserve and redefine traditions, women have been at the forefront of innovation, resilience, and inspiration. As we gather for the 2025 Women's Sector Parliament in Gauteng with 5 rich regions, where we focus on the pivotal role of women in sports, arts, and culture, we are reminded of the call by the President of South Africa, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, for the gender equality to be an integral to all the policies and decisions. This aligns with the historic struggles and achievements of women in South Africa, like the ones of 1956, the women who marched against the apartheid era, symbolizing women's agency and determination. Which also brings me to the phrase that is very famous from the Bible, the Proverbs 31, that describes a woman of noble character, highlighting her strengths, wisdom, and intensity. It emphasizes her role and value that she impacts her family and the community. Despite the growing participation of women in sports, arts, and culture across South Africa, gender disparities persist in terms of lack of access to facilities, funding, leadership, media representations, and recognition. This commission report outlines practical strategies to the Gauteng Provincial Government that can be adopted to promote gender equality in sports, arts, and culture. These measures aim to create inclusive, equitable, and empowering opportunities for women and girls across all sporting codes. Gender inequality in sport is a persistent issue characterized by disparities in opportunities, resources, and recognition for female athletes compared to that of male counterparts. The inequality manifests in many ways, including limited professional opportunities, fewer sponsorships, less media coverage, and unequal playing conditions. In Gauteng province, the Gauteng province is recognized as a dominant region for cultural and creative industries in South Africa, contributing a significant cultural and creative economy to the nation. This is, however, a close relationship directly or indirectly impacting the operations and development of the arts sector. The objectives and measures of cultural policies can influence aspects of arts sectors, innovation, development, sustainability, and social acceptance, amongst the others. Such cultural policies also contribute to creating favorable environments for creatives and creators through financial support, regulations and oversight, education and training, and for international exchange. This aid in fostering innovation and diversity within the arts sector. The challenges that are noted in the sector, such as funding, education at grassroots level, and the lack of infrastructure, need to be addressed to ensure that the province does even better in implementing communities through arts and culture. Women in Gauteng, which reside in South Africa's economic hub, are significantly shaping the fields of sport, art, and culture, driving transformation, challenging stereotypes, and fostering social change. Their contributions span a participation in leadership and advocacy, supported by targeted initiatives to promote gender equity and empowerment. Below is an outline of roles that these sectors are playing, with specific examples and insights drawn from available information provided. It is also iconic that South Africa has a shortage of women economic development in initiatives, and yet it is one of the highest youth unemployment and entrepreneurship globally. The role of government is in ensuring that the playing field is leveled for everyone to play their roles, and that they can do it through the policies and ensuring that they are being implemented in a way that yields the results positively. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture has a large role in playing the economic development in any country and contributes massively to the GDP, also accounting to approximately 1 million jobs or 6% of employment in South Africa. I will allow my commission speakers to also emphasize the need of the role of women in sports, arts and culture. I submit. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, Honorable Homozo Sejamoholo. I now call on Honorable Basetsana Sefoloshe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ke dumedise ditulo ka go tlogatlogana. Lebitso la ka ke Honorable Basetsana Sefoloshe from Ekurhuleni region, Tsakane to be precise. I'll be touching base on the challenges and barriers in women in sports and arts and culture. One barrier involves lack of empowerment in form of infrastructure, funding, and exposure. For example, women in cricket, rugby, and soccer, amongst others, are not widely as advertised and sponsored at ground level. Young girls are not exposed to these sports as much as young boys are. This results to less awareness and less females partaking in those respective sports. Gender inequality imposes limitation on a lifespan of a female athlete of different sporting codes. Limited exposure, limited funds, and poor infrastructure all ensure that less women reach their full potential. This gives false reading on a general interest in sports. These are led to believe that there's either no interest, no growth, no success in particular sports because they don't see the good results expected from being compared to their male counterpart. We also touched base on schools and education. What happened to suing in schools? Lambona ke motlebang today. I am dressed by a female designer. The government can use such people how to sue. The earrings I'm wearing today are by a jeweler, a qualified jeweler that works now for food lovers. A government can use still such people to teach children Godikolo. We're talking about women like myself that love sports by passion. I'm a runner. I love sports in all different levels. Then the government can teach kids at schools. If there's no teacher that is available for sports, then use us. We also touched base on the facilities in our areas. In Sidibeng, in Salt Gazetis, swimming pool, iditila. Takane multipurpose center, Faranani, iditila. We recently launched a fashion show for young kids in Takane. The hall there is not conducive. The windows are broken. In Pinoni, the Pinoni Hall is turned into a crèche. In Orange Farm, there is no sports complex. Swimming pool Leona is vandalized. Today, we are gathered here in all the 4 commissions, not because it's a debate and we are against each other, because we are one. We are the roses among thorns from where we come from in all the 4 corners of Gauteng. And today we are here gathered to say enough is enough. We recently also launched with my team, Takane Athletics Club, a track race. We had to use Bradban old location. Why? If we have sports facilities. And we are here today.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, I submit.
Your time is up. I now call on Honorable Member Ntabiseng Rubisani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, and all protocol observed. Sustainability of sport as a career choice for women. Only in recent times are young women exposed to women who are sports reporters and analysts. In terms of seeing successful athletes in high leadership roles, this is yet to be realized. There is no clear pathway in terms of how can progress as a female athlete. We do not have women as sports administrators at the highest level. Positions of CEO of SAFA, SASCOC, sports confederations, Rugby SA, Tennis SA are all held by males. If young women could see a clear progression, they may be encouraged to pursue career not just as athletes. Education in school should expose learners to other aspects of sports other than being athletes. Media coverage of sports should be done in an equitable manner. Most of the time on TV, male sports is the one that is mostly televised. This does not show young girls that are people like them that are successful and can make a living out of sports. For example, there is Sasol Women's League, which is provincial. SAFA Women's League, which was established in 2019. Telkom Netball League, which was established in 2014. Cricket South Africa Professionals, Domestic Women's League, which was formed in 2023. And the Women's Premier Division in rugby, which will be launched as a professional Women's Super League rugby this year. However, this is known about them in the community because games are not televised like those of males. This denies young girls to explore of potential role model in their chosen sport codes. Women's sport codes are represented more on special media more than in the mainstream media. We should explore mainstream media more in terms of promoting women in sports. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tabiseng Ribisani. I now call upon Honorable Maureen Kumalo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I greet the House at large. I am Honorable Maureen Kumalo, representing the city of Tshwane. I come to you not only as a student, but as a woman, a young woman who has the amazing opportunity to become a voice for the voiceless. Women in South Africa's art sector face significant barriers, including lack of well-developed structures, policy impact, and lack of limited market access. The lack of cultural infrastructure affects women who may already face cultural and social barriers in pursuing careers in the arts. There aren't enough centers, venues, and theaters in areas like Marafong, and in areas like Mphatlalasane, the theaters are dilapidated. The people from West Rand rely on Roodepoort Theatre, and the south side of Joburg as well also relies on other places as they do not have theaters or community art centers. Everyone must commute to Soweto, which is far from not only women creatives, but creatives as a whole who live in the townships. And it becomes costly to commute back and forth, which is unfair on them as well. The young people of Kagiso have started to create theaters out of shacks while waiting for government structures. Government and organizations should invest in developing new and existing cultural infrastructure. As the chairperson has mentioned, the art sector has a huge role to play in economic development of any country. Now imagine if the policies and laws of our country were implemented better and included women in the policy-making process. The bills such as the Performance Protection Amendment Bill and Copyright Amendment Bills are not yet signed. The signing of these bills and updating existing policies to speak to the existing realities would be helpful. The realities should include women as well and, current realities. The policies should be inclusive as well, as they are not inclusive of women. They were created for white men, basically, not for women. Policies should be designed to promote equity. Furthermore, women in the arts sector often lack access to markets, hindering their ability to monetize their talents. While women make up a significant portion of students in arts education, men still dominate management positions, and more needs to be done to address the existing disparities. Initiatives should be taken to promote market access and provide opportunities for women to showcase their work and connect with potential buyers. I submit.
I thank you, Honorable Maureen Kumalo. I now call on Honorable Tiffany Stevens.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My name is Honorable Tiffany, and I represent COJ. I will be discussing arts education in schools and our overall recommendations for gender inequality in sports, arts, and culture. The Commission noted that the government is doing well with regards to arts education in schools. However, in some schools, one can only take it up to grade 9 because there are no teachers that can take it forward to matric. Even in those schools where it is at matric level, it's not always the case that qualified art practitioners are teaching the subject, which is limiting to the learners. This should start from a very young age at early childhood development centers with all the resources that are necessary to educate learners. Education should include the entire value chain of art, not just focus on performance and creativity, but the business side of art as well. And as we develop the education, let's not forget to include learners with disabilities and special needs. The Commission acknowledges that there are schools specializing in arts. This needs to be communicated more to the public, especially in townships and informal settlements. Children in arts want to go further with their studies after they finish their schooling. However, there is no information as to where they go after they finish secondary school. I will now touch on the recommendations that this Commission have. Broaden access to diverse sports and arts programs from early childhood to matric. Increase media coverage of women's sports to attract sponsorship and role models. Televise Banyana Banyana on SABC just like you do male sports. Revive and maintain community-based sports and arts infrastructure. Promote mentorship and leadership development for women in both sectors. Offer conditional funding to clubs and federations that show measurable gender equity. Invest and advertise women-specific training camps, facilities, and competitions. Prioritize the finalization and implementation of key cultural policies and bills. Employ more qualified, passionate teachers, especially practitioners in the creative arts subjects. Partner with schools to offer inclusive, gender-balanced sporting opportunities. Conduct or include in current training models ongoing gender-specific and gender-sensitive training for coaches, sports officials, and administrators. Run public campaigns that challenge gender stereotypes in sport in the province. Monitor and evaluate whether the policies that are being implemented in sports, arts, and culture yield the results that are envisaged, and report back to communities with tangible results. Prioritize income equality in sports, arts, and culture. Women sporting professionals should not have 9-to-5 jobs in addition to being a sports professional. I submit. Thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Tiffany Stevens. I now call for open time and will only allow 4 participants to speak to the debate. Also note that the participants who are on the speaking list will not be allowed to speak during the open time. Also, do not forget to mention your name and rule 77.7. I thank you. Noted, Honorable. 1, 2.
Greetings, honorable members and the House at large. I am rising on the rule 77.7. I am Honorable Member Tsegofatso Blessing Ramila from the Western region. My first point, emphasis of payment and salaries. While we as women work hard twice, but men work less, but they earn more and we earn less. One biggest question that I have, are we getting paid based on gender or deliverance? One question. Second point, locations. If you look at the reports that we get, it's similar locations all the time. For an example, if funding went out to Western, you will see Kagiso Motlakeng, but there's still Beggersdal Simonye, there's still Ritvale. The reports are the same. Coming to fundings in sports and art and culture, when you look at the list of the findings, you see the very same names. When you do an investigation, some of the names do not even exist. I wonder if those people who are written there, are they getting something or not? Asas. Maybe Konabak Tolai. Do they even know that their names are there? Asas. Sharp. We move. I get to culture. Culture, we have groups. Abamajiji. All the women who are trying to teach girls morale, in which they have that right to keep their virginity till a certain age. They don't get funding, but there's social grant. So my biggest question is, I believe that prevention is better than cure. So if there's funding for social grants and unemployment, why can't we have funding for Amajiji? the program that is preventing teenage pregnancy. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Anna, you may rise. Which rule are you, Honorable Member? Which rule are you stating?
Rule 77.7.
I thank you.
Madam Speaker, ke ne ke kopa go botsa government ya rona hore na rona re le batho ba bomme re sentse eng re sentse o kae hobane government ya rona ha e re nkele hlohong dintho di a etsahala empa bontate ba nkuwe ba beua ka pele rona re beua morao ka hare ho metse ya rona makeisheneng a rona dikolong tsa rona di-ground di ngata moo batho ba bontate ba bapallang bolo teng empa batho ba bomme ba tseba netball ba tseba basketball ba tseba rugby ba tseba tenese empa ha ba kgone ho sebedisa menyetla eo ka lebaka fela la hobane ba hloka di-ground ka metseng ya bona re ne re kopa hore government e sponsore e ke e response le rona hore ho be le moo bana ba rona le rona re le batho ba bomme bo re tla kgonang ho bapalla teng re tenne re ba monana hobane jwale re alla re hloka hore le rona re nkelwe hlohong ke mesebetsi ha o fihla mesebetsing ho thwe ba tloha 18 to 35 years rona re tlo sebetsa kae hobane hona jwale tsenana le batjha ba rona ba se ba re tshise 36 years 37 years empa ha ba sebetse ba bangata ke di-matric ba entse di-matric empa rona re nkelwe hlohong re alla re le batho ba bomme re nkelwa tlase re kgallwa tlase. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Member Anna. Honorable Member Masuku.
Ngicela ukubingelela umphathi wesihlalo igama ngozinhle wakaMasuku ngiphakama ngo-rule number 77.7 mina nginembuzo ngicela ukubuza iphi cricket ezikoleni zaka government khosa siboni ngibuze imuseum ikuphi sigcina ngokuyizwa ukuthi ikhona but asiyiboni thina angithi sihlala emalokishini asiyiboni lezo zinto ngibuze futhi indaba ye-sports sine sports abomama asiteleviswa kuma SABC uzosibona kuma sports lawa kuma channel lawa okumele ubhadale khona naleyo futhi sisacindezelwa naleyo if a woman ewina kuzothiwa kabhekwe ukuthi uwumama ngempela na ayenzeki kobaba leyo nto few wama women ozoyithola kwi leadership ilapha ithola iposition isaseyino naleyo since kune democracy uke wayibona na ipresident okuthiwa umama sasencindezelo naleyo but kuthiwa sikwi democracy iphi democracy ihluke phi kwi apartheid mina ngisabona isasekhona i-apartheid kuwukuthi ngoba sesiya brainwashwa kuthiwa khona i-democracy of which asikakayiboni yenzeka kuthina sibona izingane zethu zigcwele iganga zibhema inyawupe why because sinama facilitate eswenzayo ingane ayikho into ezoyikhipha busy ngayo Isports asikho for abantwana bethu. Ngiyabonga mphathi sihlalo.
I thank you, Honorable Member. I now call Honorable Mukhadi.
Thank you, Speaker. My name is Honorable Mukhadi Khongwani, rising on 7.7. Speaker, as women of Gauteng, we would also like to emphasize when it comes to this commission on arts and culture. In Gauteng, arts and culture is also our heritage, which is under threat, Speaker, because of the illegal mining in our province. Zamazamas put our rivers, which are the Sterkfontein rivers, Machalis River, Donaldson Dam, all these Henops River. These places, Speaker, are under threat. Our caves, the Sterkfontein caves, I don't think they can no longer survive the blasting that are taking place around the Western region. We must also remember this arts, Speaker, that is under our caves. It also houses the Maropeng, which is also underneath the cave. We saw how Bree Street collapsed. We also run a risk of our Rio Ekurhuleni, OR Tambo, to also sink the same way if Zamazamas are not controlled. Hartebeespoort Dam, because of illegal dwelling, it now has vegetation that deprive us of our dam. We cannot enjoy Donaldson Dam because now it has turned to a place of washing gold. We would like this House to also adopt this, Speaker. As we speak of our arts and culture, let's also take note of our heritage in Gauteng. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Mukhadi. I now call on Honorable Member Mdluli.
Thank you, Speaker. Even though my colleague has covered most of whatever that I wanted to say, however,
Honorable Member, which rule are you stating?
Honorable Innocentia Mdluli, rising on Rule 77.7. Speaker, though my colleague has covered most of the things that I wanted to speak to, however, I really want to emphasize that now, these days, we are having a problem of kids that are using drugs. Question why? It's because they've got nothing to do. After school, they go back home and sit and starts wondering what to do. A friend calls and say, come, let's meet. They start doing drugs. But if it was the fact that at school there's sports that is taking place after school, it limits the time for the kids to be doing drugs, to be doing sex. Because today we are sitting with teenage pregnancy. It's because there's nothing to do. So now my issue is that in multiracial schools, there's sports. Those kids are playing sports. My daughter at 5 years, she was already doing swimming. She used to say to me, Mommy, the teacher is torturing us. It's physical torture. Yet it was physical training. I didn't know. I thought really it's torture. Little did I know it's training. So all I want to say is that us as parents, we need to stand up and approach the sports, arts and culture. Their doors are open. let's go there in numbers and say, in our schools, our kids don't attend sports because the grounds are dilapidated. There's no teachers who are teaching sports. In multiracial schools, there's coaches. They hire coaches to teach sports. So why can't we make sure that we have teachers who can teach sports? So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I was about to say your time is up. I thank you. I now call on Honorable Hendricks, Aisha Hendricks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's just 3 points that I'd like to contribute to the previous commission. I want to say our men in power has failed us as women. Why do I say this? We're all aware of the Open Chat podcasts that went out in the last 2 weeks. It was sad to see how generational systematic legacy of colonial mindsets was passed down from generation to generation. A mindset strengthened by division and discrimination. Today, we as women stand here, not in our differences, but in our shared demand for equality. To every leader listening, if you are not standing in solidarity with this women's parliament, please step aside and make space for women to unite this nation. The second point that I'd like to raise, Madam Speaker, with regards to sports, arts and culture, it is a good thing to have in our facilities, especially if it is areas that are predominated with or infiltrated with drugs and substance abuse, because there's an alternative for the children to do. Secondly, it does also serve as an outlet for GBV victims and perpetrators. And then the last contribution that I'd like to make to the previous commission, the Khoisan heritage, culture, and language needs to be revived. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Chairperson Khomotso Sejamoholo, please reply to the debate and move for adoption of the Commission's report.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me acknowledge all contributions made for the Commission and also address some of the issues.
Honorable Khomotso, resume, please. I see a point there. You may rise, Honorable Member.
Dumelang. Dumelang. Ke bua e le nna mme Honorable Dineo Silangwe from City of Joburg under Rule 7.7. Ke bua ka pelo e botlhoko ba le ona jwale tjena ke re ke a bua ntse ke sa shebui. Ntse ke sa shebui le ona jwale tjena.
Honorable Member.
Ka dinako tsohle.
Honorable Member. Honorable Member, time for open time is closed.
Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Honorable Member. Open time is closed. I thank you. You may continue, Honorable Chairperson Khomotso Sejamoholo.
Thank you again, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I was on the address of the issues that were raised by honorable members. Let me first indicate that the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is a skills transfer department where you do not necessarily need qualifications to participate either in sport or in arts and culture. However, we also amend that the people who go for further training in these sectors or these specialities need to be taken into considerations and need to be placed accordingly and to be given opportunity as fair as the male counterparts. I must say also that the department faces a challenge where rural areas do not have all necessary facilities to accommodate the sporting codes that already exist in these areas. However, they will be taken into consideration and they will be reviewed and dealt with in proper account. Also, in terms of culture, heritage, and language, as I had indicated prior to this, that the department itself is a skills transfer. If I do not teach the next person, I will not then have the opportunities to learn. And also I acknowledge the fact that the Gauteng province has rich resources to educate and amplify the needs of the sports, arts and culture creatives and to make sure that these concerns are dealt with. However, community leadership is a priority where women in leadership grassroots initiatives in Gauteng address social issues like food security, education, and anti-violence, amongst the others. These efforts often fill gaps left by limited state services, providing healthcare, counseling, and job training. Community leadership also serves as a pipeline for political engagement, with many women transitioning to roles in the sport, arts and culture recreation. With these words, I then accept and receive the contributions that are made by honorable members, and as a commission, we will take into consideration. I then move for the adoption of Khomotso Sejamoholo, the chairperson of the Commission of the Role of Women in Sports, Arts and Culture, hereby move for the Commission report in terms of Rule 117, read with Rule 168, taking into account all contributions made, and move for the adoption of the Commission's report. I thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Member Khomotso Sejamoholo. I now call for a seconder. Honorable, you may stand up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am Honorable Nomshato Nhlapo. I rise to second the thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Member. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. And all those in favor, and all those not in favor say no. The yeas have it. The report is adopted. Kindly hand the resolutions of the role of women in sports, arts, and culture. I now declare the debate on this inclusive democracy in South Africa closed. I now hand over to my colleague, Madam Speaker.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the honorable members for their contribution in the various debates. I would like to welcome the acting Speaker of Gauteng Legislature, Honorable Vuyom Dlakaza Manamela, and invite her to give summary. Why? Oh, I'm in 13. This is a new one. Yes. Yes. Huh? I want to check the person. Okay. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all honorable members for your contribution in various debates. I would like to welcome the chairperson of committees of Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Honorable Dalton, and invite him to give a summary of the debates and receive the resolutions deliver closing remarks.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members of the Women Caucus, I am tempted to say Happy Women's Month, but then I consider to say I must actually say Happy Women's Future. It would be an indictment if we continue to elevate lift women only in August. The devil is a lie. Let me greet everybody that has come, our guest. Thank you. Let me greet our Deputy Speaker, who is actually the acting Speaker, who opened the session for us. We honor you for your presence, Honorable Manamela. We thank you so much for being here today. Deputy Chair of Chairs is left. Was here to open also with the declaration of the precinct. I want to conclude this Women's Parliament by giving you a title so you can remember it. The title is "The Womb Cannot Be a Weapon and the Seed a Monster." The womb cannot be a weapon and the seed a monster. You'll find out why I say that. The time has come that you, as the Women's Parliament, who are ambassadors and a representation of women in Gauteng, is that you must stand up and make a clarion call to say unequivocally and unapologetically that the minority must stop ruling the majority. There was a statistic that came out through Stats SA last week, and it said that the unemployment rate among women is increasing at alarming statistic and rate. African women in particular, their unemployment figure is standing now at almost 6 million African women. Colored women is standing at 458,000. Can you see the gap? Whites, 120, colored women 458,000. Whites, 120,000. Indians, I did not get the figure. What's my point? My point is that you as the Women's Caucus must focus on two things. One, and it's a misnomer and it's nonsensical, Speaker, that we will continue to say the mantra that you must do it for yourself. I think it's an escapism theology. I think people keep on saying that you must do it for yourself when the system does not allow you to do it for yourself. When the pillars of support isn't there for you to do it for yourself. I believe that the system of society and the justice of communities only function upon all citizens playing their role and playing their part. Which brings me to this point. The tendency of disunity and women fighting each other must stop. You need to come to a place where you support each other, that the jealousy and the enviousness that there are among women must not find expression in your life and in your heart. In fact, you must be deliberate and intentional to lift other women up. This women's parliament, make that conscious decision that I'm going to lift every woman, applaud every woman. I'm going to make sure that she knows I support her. Whether she's African black, African colored, African white, African Indian, we have to support each other as women. The IEC, Honorable Deputy Speaker, says 58% of women vote. How many percent? 58%. You should have taken government long time ago. To complain now when you know you have the power. But because of this challenge that you have, that you look at men as a superior, it must change your mindset. You must come to a place where you use the power of the vote to bring about the change that you so dearly desire and so dearly want. So in the next election of 2026 and 2029, you have to be serious with who you vote into power. You must be serious that you have to say to yourself, change happens with me. So I want to conclude by thanking all of you for the commissions that you have so verbatimly spoke without fear or without favor and contradiction. I want you to give yourselves a hand for today for that. You did extremely well. You must not see yourself in commissions as competitors, but as builders, taking the whole women's parliament together, because you need to take value out of it. My job as the chair of chairs is to receive, Honorable Speaker, the resolutions that you have taken today. I have to take it to the legislature so that it can serve in the House, so that it can be given to the executive, that is the Premier, his MECs and the departments, to make sure that these resolutions that you have taken and adopted must find expression. And we're not here to do a tick box exercise. As the legislature, as the oversight mechanism, we have to make sure that your resolutions live. Your resolutions find expression. We can't come back next year and the resolutions has not been effected in any way or shape or form. So let me summarize quickly in the few minutes that I have. The summary of discussions as we reflect on the powerful themes that have echoed through this parliament today. We notice some were expected, others deeply unsettling, but all necessary. Let me say this, and I say this with all conviction. No political party, doesn't matter who they are, will create jobs for South Africans only. None of them. Can't. So it's important that we understand that we must stand together to make sure we help each other as women. You are the woman that can bring about the change in South Africa. What we mustn't do as the government, GPG and GPL and business. Let me say business, because I think Speaker, I think business have nonchalantly, purposefully withdraw themselves from empowering our people to become in this country. They have done that purposefully. Business is not investing. And now we all look to government. Government must give jobs. And government is not only an enabler of jobs. Private sector must be involved in creating jobs. Very important. They systemically did not get involved because maybe there's a notion they must fail. We say today, after 1994, in 31 years into democracy, we are not going to fail. No matter who has an agenda, no matter who has a plan, we as South Africans are not going to fail. All of us must take hands together across the color line, across racial barriers, across language barriers. We can't be in this late stage of 2025 still be stigmatized in terms of nationalism. The devil is a liar. We need you and you need me and all of us need each other. So let me hasten. Gender-based violence is one of the things I want to talk about for about 3 minutes. We have heard and we will continue to hear urgent calls for action on unrelenting scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. Delegates have raised the alarm on the failure of the justice system to protect survivors, the slow pace of prosecutions, and the lack of trauma-informed policing. These are not new issues, but they are now being raised with a new level of urgency, and rightly so. We anticipate that many voices will demand greater accountability from law enforcement, rightly so. But we also expect powerful call for women to be at the forefront of this enforcement. As officers, as magistrates, as community patrollers, as whistleblowers, because safety is not just a right, it's a responsibility we must all carry. The Economic Development Commission, Jobs and Entrepreneurial Opportunities. Throughout today's proceedings, one message has rung loud and clear. Women are tired of promises and plans. They want action. The discussions have laid bare the urgent need for women to be fully included, and I want to underline the word fully included in Gauteng's socio-economic development, not as beneficiaries, but as equal partners. And I want to say this. You cannot, as women, be satisfied with just EPWP opportunities as subcontractors and laborers. It can't be. You can't be satisfied with only the crumbs from the table. And that is why it's important that you must become compliant. And the red tape that there is must be eradicated to allow you to fully participate in the economy of Gauteng's upliftment. So let me say, delegates have called for the dismantling of outdated notions of men's jobs and women's jobs, demanding workplace equity and economic empowerment across all sectors. A strong concern has been raised about the exclusion of colored communities. I heard that very strongly. But in this day and age, as ons dit gaan maak, moet ons dit saam maak. If we are going to make it, we must make it together. So let's undress, not physically. Let's undress from this skin color mentality that we have. I have realized the time has come that we stand together unitedly. Apartheid was a brutal system on all of us. Let us realize today that it is us that must continue to break systemic apartheid that is still hampering and stopping our people from becoming. So as I draw to a slow close, the barriers of red tape and bureaucracy continue to choke women's participation in the economy, and there's a growing consensus on the need for structural reforms, including the establishment of a women's desk, I heard, in the office of the Premier, and all of us working together. I heard a solidarity fund But it should not be just as a solidarity fund. I propose a solidarity grant must be given. Not a fund, but a grant must be given. We have to come to a place where women must feel that they can be trusted with the economy of this country. So, delegates have also stressed that economic inclusion is not a luxury, it's a right, a necessity, and a matter of survival. There's a rising call for government to act decisively, including securing our borders and ensuring that jobs and services are prioritized for South Africans. These are not just policy suggestions, they are demands for dignity. As the legislature, we commit to engaging the relevant departments, following through on these resolutions and ensuring that oversight is not just procedural, but purposeful. And as I close, we must build a new struggle. Everybody say a new struggle. Build a new struggle. Can't romanticize the old struggle. You have to, in this new parliament, in this women's parliament, build a new struggle. You can't be holding on. Praise God for 1956. Praise God for the example that they set. Praise God for what they showed us can be done. But you have the responsibility. So the next generations will hallow you, will magnify you, will lift you, and say that you have brought the change. The same way 1956 is being done in your minds. We need to build a new struggle, one that is not just about commemorating the past, but also confronting the now, and by doing so, building a better tomorrow. A struggle that is not just about rights, but about responsibility. A struggle that demands that women be at the center of nation building, not as tokens, not as quotas, but as leaders, as thinkers, as doers. So let me conclude. As we're building a country where dignity is not a privilege, but a birthright, are we showing up not just in moments of crisis, but in quiet daily acts of leadership that shape our future? This is not a time for comfort. It's a time for courage. Let us stop being polite about injustice. Let us stop being diplomatic about violence. Let us stop being silent about betrayal. Let us rise not just as women, but as warriors, as builders, as protectors of life and dignity. The time for symbolic gestures is over. The time for real, radical, unapologetic change is now. May your voices never go quiet again. With these words, I leave you with an echo of our discussion here today. They told us to be quiet, to be grateful in our grief, to wear our wounds like medals and call survival belief. They told us to honor the past, to march in memory's name. But memory without movement is just a ceremonial flame. We are not here for comfort. We are not here to please. We are the storm that's coming. We are the shaking trees. We are the mothers who mourn, the sisters who scream, the warriors who build, the architects of dream. We are not just survivors. We are not just the pain. We are the ones who rise. So let history remember. Let the future be clear. We did not wait for change. We became the change right here and right now. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Dalton Adams, for the summary, acceptance of the House resolution, and closing remarks. Members of the Parliament, we have word of the day that we received from Honorable Adams. The power of a vote is vested on us as women. So as we move, we close this session. Next year, we want to see the result. And we are vesting it on the power of a vote. Thank you. Participants are kindly requested to proceed to the front of the building for a photo shoot session immediately after the sitting. You are also invited to join the GLP for lunch at the place prepared for us. That concludes the business of the day. The House is now. You're out of order. That concludes the business of the day. The House is now adjourned.
Siyabonga. A few announcements. We will allow the procession to go out, and then all of us will be seated, and then you'll come back for photo shoot. Just go out, come back for photo shoot. We're going to do a photo shoot here. All of us can remain seated, stand, allow the procession to go out. Thank you. The ladies. Okay. You come back. All right. You can go. And then we're going to do a photo shoot here.